Sí, ok, ok.
Recording in progress. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Deputy Minister.
Morning, Chair. Morning. My connection is not good, man. I have switched off the camera, but morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Acting National Commissioner, General Musikili.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Deputy Minister and the committee members. And good morning to colleagues.
Good morning to you and your team. Good morning, Executive Director, Min Tlatseng, and your team.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning to you and your team. I don't see the Acting Secretary. Mr. Amaru, are you here?
Morning, Chairperson. I'm here. Good morning, DM, and good morning, honorable members and colleagues.
Good morning to you and your team. Good morning, honorable members. I see Honorable Gerike, Honorable Whitfield, Honorable Terplanche,
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Gomba, Honorable Peacock.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, DM and Chairperson. Colleagues, good morning.
Honorable Mulekwa, good morning.
Morning, Chair.
And good morning to our staff members, both from Parliament and the Ministry. Good morning to you all once more. I think we are ready to start with our meeting. Let me check whether we are in quorum.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Oh, good morning, Tate Muruti.
Toka tapelo.
Unrapelle Muruti, unrapelle. My apologies. Babalwa, are we in quorum?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, we do have a quorum.
Okay, can we flight the agenda?
And my request is Chair. Thank you. Morning.
Oh, my apologies, Honorable Marekwa. Good morning to you. A special one for that matter.
No, just indicating that I am in the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry for that. There is the agenda, honorable members. 1, adoption of the agenda. 2, apologies. 3, opening remarks by the chairperson. 4.1, consideration of the B version of the IP bill. 4.2, adoption of the committee report on the IP bill. 5.1, further deliberation on the second quarter crime statistics. 5.2, consideration of the annual performance addendum. 6, discussions. 7, consideration of minutes and committee reports. 7.1, consideration and adoption of the minutes. 7.2, consideration of the first draft committee legacy report and committee's annual report. Matters arising and closing. And just to give a background, we put the agenda in this manner so that when we are done with item 6, those who want to recuse themselves, especially from the department and from IPID, from Secretariat, if they want to leave, they can leave. Then as members will remain considering item 7 until the end. So that's why we put the agenda in this manner. Can I get a mover if there's no problem with the agenda? Can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Good morning, Chair. It's Peacock. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Honorable Peacock moves for the adoption of the agenda. Can I get a seconder?
Seconded, Chairperson.
Honorable Muleko seconds. Is there an alternative view? Nothing. Can we move to item 2? Apologies.
Good morning, Chair. I received
Just wait for a while. Honorable Golding.
Chairperson, I'm currently in the meeting. I will be stepping out just before 10 for about an hour and then return. Thank you.
Okay, Baba Mfundis. Honorable Mishwe.
Chairperson, I will be attending International Relations Committee from 10 o'clock. I'm asking to be excused. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. Babalo.
good morning, Chair. I received an apology from the Office of the Minister. He will not be able to attend the meeting. He's out of the country. I also received an apology from Mr. Groenewald and Mr. Golding. He indicated that he will join us later, but he's in a meeting now. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Gerike.
Yeah, Chair, I will be in the meeting for all the time, but I will leave within the next 5 minutes, just for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, then I come back in the meeting. That is just due to urgent pressing responsibility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all. Yeah, there's a physical sitting of the Chief Whips this morning at 10. I will be on it till 10, and then I'll go out for that meeting, and then I'll come back and join it. So thank you very much. My apologies.
Thank you very much. I guess we accept all those apologies, unless if there's an opposing view that the apologies are accepted. No opposing view, apologies accepted. If you can lower your hand, Honorable Sheikh Imam, so that I see if you want to speak. We are on item 3 now, honorable members. Opening remarks by the chairperson. Honorable members, we have a tight schedule today, as I said in the beginning, and I ask that presenters and members of the committee be to the point during deliberations. We are, of course, scheduled to meet until 14 hours, which allows sufficient time for meaningful engagements on the variety of topics on our agenda. However, we can do better and even finish the meeting before that time. Honorable members, today we will adopt the IP Amendment Bill in its entirety, together with our report on the bill. The second reading debate in the National Assembly will follow shortly, and we hope that this can be scheduled on the order paper before the House rises for this year, otherwise early next year. Thereafter, it will be transferred to National Council of Provinces for concurrence and further processing. We had robust but respectful deliberations on the bill, which was encouraging and highly appreciated. Allow me to once more thank members, the Minister and Deputy Minister of Police, the Acting Secretary for Police and his team, and our support staff for the efforts to process this highly anticipated and significantly important bill. Lastly, I wish to thank the public for their submissions and participation in the legislative process. Public participation is central to the business of this Parliament. Honorable members, as resolved in a previous meeting, the committee will further discuss the second quarter crime statistics for the 2023-24 financial year during today's engagement. We have invited Dr. Jean Redpath to share a few thoughts on the recently released crime statistics with the committee, just to enrich our understanding. She is attached to the African Criminal Justice Reform from the Dula Oma Institute and University of Western Cape. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience in the field of policing and crime statistics. We wish to welcome Dr. Redpath to the meeting, and we look forward to her perspectives on the drivers of violent crime in South Africa. Honorable members, earlier this month, the Minister of Police tabled an addendum to the SAPS 2023-24 annual performance plan to include performance targets focused on extortion and violence within the construction sector. The addendum emanated from the performance agreement signed between the President of the Republic and the Minister of Police. The addendum was referred to the committee for consideration and report. We will adopt the committee's report next year or during a special meeting next week. Members will be kept informed on this matter. Honorable members, we have some in-house matters to consider today. The department, IPID and Secretariat are welcome to leave the meeting once we arrive at this point. In terms of our upcoming oversight, the final logistics will be communicated shortly. Today is the last committee meeting of the year, and as such, we must adopt our annual report. The report was circulated to members last week, and I trust that members had sufficient time to peruse the report. We will also consider our draft legacy report during today's meeting. Members had time to study the report and are welcome to raise points of concern, additions, or subtractions. The final report will be adopted during the first term next year before the 6th Parliament rises. The report is our legacy that we leave to the 7th Parliament to continue the remarkable oversight work done during the term of this Parliament. As always, may I wish you fruitful engagements during today's meeting. And I want to thank you. Let's move to item 4. Item 4 is the adoption of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill, what we refer to as the B version. Can we scroll up? And members need to, you had this bill before. You might have noted omissions or things that you feel we did not agree upon. You are at liberty to raise those things. It's no longer a debate, but check whether the resolutions that we adopted are captured here in terms of the bill. Yes, let's scroll up. Those are the definitions. Amendment of Section 3 of the Act of 2011. Amendment of Section 4 of Act 1 of 2011. Substitution of Section 6 of Act 1 of 2011 as amended by Section 1 of Act 27 of 2019. Appointment, remuneration, and conditions of service of Executive Director. Amendment of Section 7 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 8 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 9 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 10 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 16 of Act 1 of 2011. Repeal of Section 19 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 21 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 22 of Act 1 of 2011. Substitution of Section 23 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Act 24 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 27 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 28 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 29 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 30 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 31 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 33 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Section 34 of Act 1 of 2011. Substitution of Section 35 of Act 1 of 2011. Amendment of Arrangement of Section of Act 1 of 2011. Short title and commencement. Memorandum of the objects.
Chair, Nicolette here, good morning. We need not go through the memorandum if that is okay with the committee.
Thank you, Nicolette. There it is, honorable members. It has captured what we discussed, whether we were agreeing or not, but finally we arrived at some resolutions. We have checked whether those resolutions are well captured, and I didn't see any hand to raise an amendment. I will therefore call upon a proposal to adopt the B version, to adopt the bill as it is. Can I get a mover? Honorable Gomba. Hello? Honorable Gomba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I hereby move for the adoption of the bill. The B list and the bill is.
Thank you. Honorable Whitfield.
Will second.
Hello. Honorable Whitfield.
Chair, I think you must proceed with the motion and then I will come in.
Okay. Honorable Gomba is moved. Honorable Sheikh Imam has seconded. Is there an alternative view? Honorable Whitfield.
If I may, thank you very much. I would just like to indicate that the Democratic Alliance will reserve our right, which has been recorded in the previous meeting, and that all amendments and proposals that we've made have been made in previous meetings. They are obviously not captured in the B list because there wasn't support for those views, hence the reservation of our rights on the B list. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whitfield. Any other party that would like to reserve the the rights. Thank you. The bill is adopted, and it will be recorded that the DA has reserved its rights. That is in line with the rules. Can we then move to the report, draft report of the Portfolio Committee on Police on the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill, B21B of 2023, National Assembly Section 75, dated 29th November 2023. The Portfolio Committee on Police, having considered the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Amendment Bill, referred to and classified by the Joint Taking Mechanism as Section 75 Bill, reports as follows. Introduction. Let's scroll up. Members have received this report. Objectives of the amendment bill. Meetings of the committee. Amended clauses of the bill, clause 1, clause 4. Clause 5, clause 6, clause 8, clause 10, clause 12, clause 14, clause 16, clause 17, clause 18, clause 19, a new clause, amendment of Section 33 of Act 1 of 2011, clause 20, clause 21, clause 22, clause 23, long title, public participation, process and public hearings, public submissions received by the committee, public hearings held by the committee, public participation report, preventative custody monitoring, conclusion, the committee thanks the Minister of Police, Deputy Minister of Police, Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, Parliamentary Legal Advisor, and the support staff of the Portfolio Committee on Police in processing the IP Amendment Bill. Members of the following political parties reserve their right on the bill. Democratic Alliance. I therefore put the report before honorable members for your consideration.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Whitfield.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of Rule 288, 3F, 1. If a report is not unanimous, the report must specify in which respects and why there was not consensus. Would you like to put the report and then consider my minority view, which must be captured in the report, or can I express that view to specify that view now? It's entirely up to you. I'm not sure in terms of process when that provision could be entertained.
Yes, minority views will be considered in terms of that rule. You can say them, Honorable Whitfield, for the record.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be long. I have consistently stated my objection to various elements of the bill. I've made constructive proposals and amendments, but I would just add very specifically on Clause 4 that the Democratic Alliance maintains that the inclusion of Clause 4, which was absent in the original amendment bill, but which is present in the Principal Act, is simply retaining the status quo, that Clause 4 insufficiently insulates IPID from independence, that it is inadequate insofar as aligning itself to the sentiments of the Constitutional Court judgment in the McBride matter. And I believe that we may risk producing a piece of legislation that could be taken on review on the basis that it does not adequately deal with independence in that particular, in the respect of the appointment of the executive director. My views are well known to the committee. They have been recorded previously in the discussions, but I think it's important that when the report is debated in the House, that the House is aware that we have some very serious constitutional concerns about the legislation insofar as Clause 4 is concerned, that maintaining the status quo will not be considered sufficient in the eyes of the court. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Whitfield. With the views, the minority views, can I get a mover for the adoption of the report? The minority views will be captured accordingly. Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all participants on the platform this morning. Chair, I'm listening to the view from the Honorable Member. I think, Chair, if we have to state in detail, it becomes because their views they are captured in the minutes. That's what I want to believe, and that in the clause in this, because we are adopting the bill, it should be specific to say that they agree with certain areas, but have a challenge or are not agreeing with a specific clause and its sections, but not to go into detail in terms of what exactly they said on a particular day. Because if it goes to that way, it means other parties also would want to have their views fully captured, to say as ANC, as NFP, as EFF, this is what we said in agreeing. So I think let us request the member to say that we let their sections or their clauses that they are not agreeing with its sections. If it's a clause in its entirety, let it be captured to say they are not agreeing on this clause and section so, because that's where the areas where we focus in making amendments. So to have a full statement like that, I think it's more like creating other minutes within the bill, adoption of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gomba.
Honorable Chair, I fully agree with Honorable Boni Marekwa, because if we begin to write other statements on the bill itself, it means we are now beginning to add other information that is not the view of the majority view of the members who participated in this portfolio committee, and a lot of political parties were involved here, and it cannot be correct to entertain one political party's views and leave other political views from commenting on the bill on the last day of the bill. So I would love to request that maybe whatever information that is different from the political party, maybe we find a space in the minutes that will actually reflect that, not on the bill, because it will denaturate the bill itself. It will not be natural as it is supposed to be. Thank you.
It's not on the bill, it is on the report.
On the report, but okay, on the report, I can agree with Honorable Malekwa on that point, that it can be reflected on the report, but not be specific on the issues. They will explain.
Before I recognize I just want members to bring to your attention what is on the screen. If it is not a unanimous report, 1, specify in which respect and why there was no consensus. 2, Roman figure 2, in addition to the views representative of the majority in the committee, convey any views of a minority in the committee in order to facilitate debate when the report comes before the House. I see hand of Honorable Whitfield and Honorable Majosi. Honorable Whitfield.
Yes, Chair, thanks very much. Thank you for the clarity. The rule is very clear. I think it's useful for members that it is now on the screen. It doesn't have to say Democratic Alliance, Chair. It's a minority view. The minority view was expressed by an individual member of the committee. It's that minority view that must be captured. And, I'm happy to submit that. But, the rules are very, very clear. And members, their comments are noted but unnecessary. The rules are clear. Minority view must be captured. And the report serves before Parliament is to enable debate. I think that the rules, as I say, express themselves sufficiently clearly, and to depoliticize the matter, it doesn't have to say Democratic Alliance. That's well captured in various debates and discussions in this committee, but there is a minority view. That minority view has been consistent, and the rules are very clear, and that view must be captured. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. No, I think in mostly you have captured me in the rules, and also on what Honorable Wilfield has said. This report is not something that we have discussed today and we are agreeing on today. It's a report that has been drafted on the previous meetings that I've said, and of which political parties had their views. To say, as much as the Democratic Alliance is saying that they reserve their rights, I said I would not reserve my rights, but I will also get my mandate from the caucus, because there are certain parts of the bill that we do not agree to. So it should be captured. I kept quiet because I thought that is how we are moving now. When I hear other honorable members speaking as if it should not be captured like that, it then raised a concern to me. But I'm happy that you clarified it, Chairperson, and it will be captured like that. Thank you.
Thanks, honorable members. I think we agree. I think what Honorable Marego and Honorable Komba were saying, they thought these views were to be captured within the bill. But if it's not captured within the bill, but in the report, I don't think they were having problems as in line with the rules. Honorable Marekwa.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for the correction. Maybe it's a slip of the tongue. I wanted to say into this report that talks to the bill. But Chair, I hear the comments and I see the report, which one is mindful of it, that to state verbatim, I'm not sure, because if a party or a minority, as we are calling them for the sake of this report, are saying every word they said, but to be specific, it says there in the rules to specify. When you specify, you are able to say rule clause 4, clause 5, section 1, 2, 3, or A or B. Then say we're not happy with it. Just a brief, not like Honorable Whitfield wants it to be like a full kind of a statement, which they've got a right. We're not saying minority should not be taken into consideration, but to have something that reflects also in the other minutes of the committee as we've been debating throughout. I think just to be specific and say not agreeing with clause 4 based on 1-2, not a long kind of a statement that we're obviously aware of their inputs that they've been making, not accepting or not agreeing with certain clauses, which will be specified in the report, clause 4, subsection A or B or C. That's it. And we know in the report as a backup, in the minutes as a backup, if there might be issues, which I don't think will be issues when this report goes to Parliament, then the minutes will be there to say this is exactly what the member said on a specific day. But this is the report in terms of the work that we have done on the bill, to say that as parties we are agreeing and so on. And those who are differing, they've got the right. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. I don't want us to belabor the point. I think we are agreeing. We're just using different words. The minority views will be captured in line with the rules, and they can be submitted. Honorable Whitfield has said his minority views. Honorable Majosi has said also. They will be captured as we always do in the reports. Honorable Whitfield, do you still want to say something?
Yeah, Chair, just for the record, because, you say we agree in principle, but, people must read the rules clearly. And I think it's just very important that we understand. It says specify in which respects and why. In which respects and why. That's all I was doing, Chairperson. So this back and forth is completely unnecessary if members are aware of the rules. Thank you.
I think that's what I said, Honorable Whitfield. Can I get a mover with that understanding?
Chair, I move for the adoption of the report.
Honorable Gomba is moving. Honorable
Thank you,
Peacock.
Chairperson. I second.
Okay.
I see Honorable Malekwa, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Peacock seconding. Thanks very much. The Honorable Whitfield has indicated that they reserve their views and we will debate further in the House. Thanks very much. Thanks very much for the adoption. Sorry, I have hiccups. I have a problem. Thanks very much for that. We are done with the bill. We are done with the report on the bill. Let's move to the next item. The next item is item Babalo. It's item 5. Further deliberations of the second quarter crime statistics of 2023. 2023-24 financial year, July to September 23. Honorable members, if I may request for your indulgence, I think the presentation was done in that meeting before the minister released the statistics to the public. Further to that, the report was sent to all members to familiarize ourselves on the same day. So I take members have gone through the report. The approach I want to take, honorable members, is that I'm going to, on this item, I'm going to allow the deputy minister, the minister has apologized, I'm going to allow the deputy minister to make some comments. I will allow the acting national commissioner, General Musikil, to make some comments. In the same meeting, if you recall, I said this committee would want to hear from the provincial commissioners because crime is happening in the provinces, in the district, at local level.
Recording in progress.
And I would like to hear their comments on what are their interventions in terms of crime, because I take national office is playing a supporting role, and provincial commissioners are key, together with their district commissioners and the police commissioners. They are key to the issue of combating crime. Then thereafter, honorable members will engage with the ask questions, make suggestions, and so on. That's how I want us to move on this one. Nicolette, oh, I forgot, I will also give our doctor to make a presentation. Nicolette, you want to say something?
Oh, no, Chair, that was it.
Okay. All right. I will allow the Deputy Minister to make comments, the National Commissioner, the Provincial Commissioners just to make comments, then allow our guest to make a presentation, then we engage with the report. DM.
Morning, Chair. Morning to members of the committee, your staff, the Acting National Commissioner, General Musikedi, and all divisional commissioners present here, and the DNC severe, and the Deputy National Head and Acting National Head of DPCI, General Nkosi, the Acting Secretary on your leadership from the Civilian Secretariat. Chair, I must first appreciate the work you have done on the item dealing with the iPad bill. We would like to thank you and the committee members for your constructive engagement on this subject matter. We are really indebted to you. We are quite grateful for you and the role that you played in processing this piece of legislation, and also commend members of the public and other organizations that participated in the processes so far. We know it is not the end, but from a committee perspective, we will want to thank you for the leadership you have displayed, Chairperson. It was not easy, but we have been able to marshal the committee to where we are. We really appreciate your leadership, together with the whip of the committee and members of the committee in general from various political organizations. We are quite grateful. With regard to the subject matter that we are dealing with, which is crime stats, and an update on the report that we have initially submitted to yourself. We will not belabor it because the minister did present the crime stats before us. And I just want to say that we have heeded your request. Chair, the minister and the national commissioner are out of the country attending Interpol. Hence, me and General Musikedi are here leading the SAPS delegation. We have also ensured that provinces are in attendance. All of them, they are here, except the provincial commissioner of the Free State and the Limpopo. They could not attend, but they are duly represented by their deputies from Limpopo, General Skippers, and North Free State, General Lesia and General Singh, who is acting. But who are here will be able to respond to the issues. I should not belabor my comment further than this, Chair, but except to appreciate this platform and the robust engagement that we engage in with yourself on various matters that we bring before you, or you call us to come and appear before you. We value the role that members and this committee are playing in making us do our work better. The crime stats that have been submitted, which indicate that crime is on the decrease, it is so because of the role that the committee under your leadership have been playing, Chair, to keep us on our toes, including what you just said here, that you want to know what are provincial commissioners doing in their respective provinces together with their district commissioners to contribute towards the fight against crime. We really appreciate this interface. And I think if we continue in the manner in which we have been doing, I think South Africans are going to benefit from the work that police are doing, because you make us do our work better. I know we can do better than what we have done, as reflected even on the crime stats here, but we can do better. But thank you, Chair. Let me allow the Acting National Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner Musikedi, to make the comments, and the provinces will also come through your guidance, of course, Chair, through you, Chairperson. Acting National Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once more, a very good morning to yourself and the team, and to the Deputy Minister, my colleagues that are on the call, to the Acting Secretary of Police and the team of Civilian Secretariat, to the Executive Director of the IPID, and shall I say all protocol observed. Chairperson, as the DM has already alluded, we do have the provincial commissioners, all of them on the call, as well as all the divisional commissioners and component heads at national level that are relevant to the subject matter that we are today discussing. With your directive from the committee and committee members on our last engagement, Chair, was to engage further on the crime statistics. I must say, Chairperson, we are prepared as the South African Police Service. We are taking a collective responsibility as national head office, as the Chair was rightfully saying. At national, we provide policy directives and all the necessary guidance, as well as the support to the provinces and when that support is required. Hence, my statement that we are taking a collective responsibility with what my colleagues are going to share with you today insofar as the subject matter is concerned. As we have rightfully indicated last time, Chairperson, that there are some measures that we have put in place that gradually are yielding results. I think some of the crime categories that we have seen on this presentation that we are currently discussing, which is the crime statistics of the third quarter, are testament to the fact that gradually we are getting the results. It might not be at the levels that we are expecting them or that we want them, but as and when we are getting directives, we are getting advice, we are engaging with the communities during the imbizos, of which of late we have embarked on the street imbizos. We are taking those collective inputs and see how best we can improve on what we have already put in place. We are observing the intelligence product that we receive from time to time before we can develop our plans on the weekly basis out of the strategy that we have adopted, which was tabled before the committee and supported as such. That will be Operation Shanela, that is derived from the approved integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, as well as the South African Police National Policing Strategy, We have also adopted various partners to fight crime collectively, which one can mention the few, such as the community policing forums, the Eyes and Ears projects that we have realized that it will be helpful. We are recently engaging on the project that the president has also adopted of government and business partnership. As the South African Police Service, we are participating, and I think on some of the areas we are going to be beneficiaries from business on a number of issues that will improve or assist us to also improve better. We have numerous other SOPs and MOUs that we are signing with other role players. We are also looking at the number of projects that we can adopt, operational projects that we can adopt. And as such, we will introduce the priority committees that will look at different commodities through the NAT joints and JCPS a cluster, where we also have realized that through the ICVPS, Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy, we do require other partners, including within government, to work together and develop workable solutions on crime. With that in mind, Chairperson, if you allow, I will then step off and allow colleagues, as you have requested, that they will give input on the performance of their respective provinces and what they have put in place, measures that they are putting in place to mitigate and suppress the crime. I will give the colleagues to indicate. From support side, Chairperson, we have been assisted over these 2 previous financial years and current one on the recruitment drive, which is aimed at getting the creme de la creme of our youngsters to get into the service and assist us. Hence, from time to time, we'll also see that our adverts will also look at the specific graduates that will attend to other relevant environments for assistance. Pausing there, Chairperson, on the first point of the third quarter, allow me to request my colleagues, the provincial commissioners, to take the committee through on what they are doing in their respective provinces. As the DM has indicated, we have 2 provincial commissioners that are represented, and we do have the reasons of their non-attendance in today's meeting, and to apologize on their behalf. Their reasons, Chairperson, are noted and they are well understood. We will then go province by province in their alphabetical manner. We'll start with the Eastern Cape through you, Chairperson, if you approve that the colleagues take the platform in explaining very short on the processes that they are undertaking in their respective provinces to respond to what we are currently discussing, which is the third quarter performance of the South African Police Service. I submit.
Thank you, General. Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the Honorable members of the committee, the Honorable Deputy Minister of the Police, the Acting Chairperson of the Civilian Secretariat, the Acting National Commissioner, DNCs and Provincial Commissioners, all protocol observed. Chairperson, in the Eastern Cape, the second quarter, July to September, we had a good quarter in terms of performance in our crime. We managed, Chairperson, to decrease 12 out of the 17 priority crimes that are reported. That being a good one for us, Chairperson. we saw a decrease in our contact crime, in our contact-related crime, and our property crime as well. The top 3 districts, Honorable Chair, are the Buffalo City Municipality, which is the East London District. The second one, it is the Nelson Mandela Bay District. The third one being OR Tambo. I need to report, Chairperson, that all of these districts, all 3 districts, have managed to decrease their murders as well during the quarter, Chair. We have, as the province, deployed extra members consisting of the TRTs, the POPs, in all 8 districts of the province. And that, Chairperson, has yielded good results, because when we look at our crime performance for the quarter, we managed to decrease most of the crimes. As I've said, Chairperson, the only increases that we had were in the assault GBH cases, in the common assault cases, in the common robberies, and the 2 commercial crimes and shoplifting being in the increase. The rest of the other crimes, we managed to decrease, Chairperson, despite the fact that we had multiple victim murders in KwaNobuhle in July 2023. But in that case, Chairperson, we managed to arrest 5 suspects who are appearing in court, and the next court date will be the 27th of February 2024. The second incident that we had in the Nelson Mandela Bay District, consisting of multiple murders, was the 5 victims in Galvandale. And unfortunately, Chairperson, we couldn't have an arrest. We're still investigating the motive, and is allegedly drug-related. That is the picture that we had in the province, Chairperson. As I've said, we have received additional funding from National Head Office, and we have utilized that money towards the deployments in the province. Of concern, Chairperson, in the Eastern Cape, however, is the cash in transit robberies. We have sporadic incidents in the whole province, having in the OR Tambo leading with 4 incidents of cash in transit in robberies. I need to mention, Chairperson, that the criminals seem to choose the deep rural areas, the areas of Mpasha in the area of OR Tambo, Mthatha, where there's even no network reception. Then they commit these incidents of bombing the cash in transit vehicles. So, but in those areas, in the cash in transit, Chairperson, there is an arrest of 1 person that was successfully linked to an incident that took place in Tata. The team that we have formed, Chairperson, we have a team that has formed consisting of the DPCI, crime intelligence, and the detectives, focusing on the cash in transit robberies. That team, Honorable Chair, has managed to link this particular person to one of the cases. They have informed me, Honorable Chair, that they are linking girlfriends. The ladies seems to also be part of the teams in committing these robberies in the different places. They are going to have an operation. They have identified some linkages in terms of forensic evidence, and they are looking for a main suspect that might be arrested, Chairperson. That is the picture of the Eastern Cape in brief, Honorable Chair. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you. PC. National Commissioner. Next one. I take it to be Gauteng. National Commissioner. Hello? Am I visible? Am I audible?
Yes,
Chair, you are.
Have we lost the acting national commissioner? It seems we have lost her, but she advised that they will present alphabetically. Eastern Cape presented, I take is Gauteng. That will follow. National Commissioner? Okay, let's hear from Gauteng.
Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the committee. Greetings to the Deputy Minister. Greetings to the Acting National Commissioner and all the colleagues on the platform. Let me appreciate the opportunity given to us as Gauteng. Yes, also Gauteng, Honorable Chairperson and members, we didn't do bad. Actually, there is a great improvement as compared to the previous quarter, whereby the previous quarter we reduced 8 out of the 17 community reported crime. But for the quarter under review, we have increased our tempo, whereby we managed to reduce 10 of the 17 community reported crimes. And the biggest reduction, it was in the district of Tshwane with 14 out of 17, followed by the West Rand, 12 out of 17, followed by Ekurhuleni, 11 out of 17, Johannesburg, 10 out of 17. Unfortunately, Sidibeng didn't do well. Yes, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, we know Gauteng, we are the biggest contributor of the overall national crime stats, based on the obvious reason, taking into consideration the profile of the province as the economic hub of the country. Everything is attracted in Gauteng, movement of the people, internationally, regionally, continentally, they come to Gauteng, whether documented or undocumented, they come to Gauteng. And so the criminals also, they find their space to can come to Gauteng to take advantage of any gap which may be created. And when we do our deeper analysis, Honorable Chairperson, with the overall crime stats, we were so pleased to see that contact-related crimes have reduced them, 5.9%, property-related crimes, 5.4% reduction, other serious crime, 3.5% reduction. We only lost the contact crimes with 0.1%, translating into only 38 counts. But when we do the deeper analysis of these contact crimes, Honorable Chairperson, we have seen that out of the total 46,251 contact crimes, 22,109, it is made of assault GPH and assault common, of which it's a concern for us. And we know that the assault common and assault GPH is mainly because of people who are able to resolve their conflict in a better way, or they are unable to reflect, to manage their misunderstanding in a better way. So 50% of the contact crimes in Gauteng is made of these two crime categories, assault common and assault common. So if our communities, they can have a better way of resolving their issues, clearly contact crime, it will be the thing of the past in Gauteng. And again, when we do the deeper analysis to see where do we get these big volumes, which is ravishing the country, obviously, it is from this assault common, it is from the MI2P, malicious damage to property, and it is also linked to this assault, the conflict which our people are having amongst themselves. And the other biggest contributor of the numbers in Gauteng, it comes from the theft So it means people, they also enjoy to can take things which they don't belong to them. Because for the period under review, 18,028 of those counts were from the theft. So if our society, our people, they behave better, we'll be in the better position to can reduce the volumes of crime which we are experiencing in Gauteng. Then what is that which we are going to do? We said as Gauteng that we are going to sustain the gains. We are also going to increase the frequency and the tempo of our crime prevention and combating operations. What we were doing, we will increase the tempo and the frequency. We'll continue doing that. We'll also increase the police visibility through the blue light patrols, static deployments of the rapid response vehicles at identified strategic routes. We are going to continue mounting of the ad hoc and roving roadblocks according to the developed weekly operation metrics at identified national and provincial roads that are connecting Gauteng with its neighboring provinces. We'll also continue to intensify the counterfeit goods operation by already established dedicated team, which is doing very well in terms of assisting to deal with those who are involved in an illicit economy in our province. We're also increasing the ground coverage by deploying more intelligence collectors at the hotspot areas to enhance community intelligence collection capabilities, working with community patrollers and community police forums. For all the serious and violent crimes such as robbery aggravating, of which it remains a serious challenge for this province, including the CIT robberies, ATM bombings, a response multidisciplinary team has already been established, and it is hard at work in that they've managed to contain some of the planned robberies, and at times they've also intercepted some of the criminals on their way to commit crime. And this team is comprising of the crime intelligence members, the specialized and seasoned detectives. We've also put together the special tactical forces from our TRT so that they can support the team when they go and deal with those things. So we believe, honorable members, that if we continue with these activities, we'll be able to can sustain and defend the gains. But at the same time, we should not forget to mobilize our communities through the mass media, discouraging them from harboring criminals in their space, and also from ensuring that they buy stolen goods from these criminals. And then we also call upon our communities in this province that they must continue to report crime. It doesn't matter how significant it may be, but for them to report crime, it will help us to know what is happening and also assist us in terms of ensuring that we deploy our resources accordingly. That's our submission, and thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chairperson and members. Thank you.
Thank
you,
you.
Chairperson.
Yes,
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yeah,
Thank you
now
so
I
much.
can hear you.
Yeah, I'm better equipped with the IT chair. My apology for that. We'll take Free State Chairperson as the third province. Thank you. And I must correct that maybe the PC wanted to say to discourage the buying of illicit and counterfeit goods rather than to buy. Chair, thank you very much. Free State.
Why do you think so? Maybe you want to encourage that. Sorry.
I know so. I know
that is policy, Chair. I think it's a slippery on the side of General Mawela.
Thanks. It's understood. It's understandable. Okay, Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, Deputy Minister, the Acting National Commissioner, all protocol observed. Very good morning to all the members. We acknowledge our crime, Honorable Chairperson, and yes, indeed, our contact crimes increased by 3.2%, our rapes as well by 4.8%, Truckjacking went up by 7 counts. However, carjacking was reduced by 2 counts. But we also had some good successes in terms of malicious damage to property contact-related crimes. We had a 5.6% reduction. In terms of property-related crime, overall a 7.4% reduction, and other serious crimes, 6.7% reduction. In terms of crimes detected as a result of police action, we have done really well in that aspect. It shows that our members on the ground are really working. We had a 34.7% increase. However, kidnapping seemed to be our nemesis with a 32.8% increase. In terms of our 17 community reported crimes, Honorable Chair, Fazile Derby district as well as Harib showed minor increases, whilst the other 3 districts reduced crimes in the second quarter. In terms of contact crimes, Lejwela Putswa showed a decrease, whilst the other 4 districts showed increases. Honorable Chair, we are aware of the stations that our contact crimes have shown an increase, and we are focusing on it. I can also indicate that in the past 2 weeks, we managed to deal a blow to serious crime in the province. Our recent successes at Vrede, where we foiled a potential cash in transit, where 3 suspects were arrested and quite a few firearms were recovered. As well as at Waterville recently, we arrested 6 suspects with a whole lot of ammunition, AK-47 ammunition, rifles, money. It was a cash in transit that occurred in the morning, and we arrested the suspects in the afternoon. And we're still following up on more leads, and there was good successes. As well as our working with the Kimberley CI, we managed to recover the firearms that were stolen in Kimberley at one of the small police stations. There were 4 firearms and 3 suspects arrested there. Honorable Chair and members, going forward, as we speak, the Provincial Commissioner is launching our safest festive season in Lejwela Putswa. As we speak, it's going on at that venue. Some of the strategies that we have in place that forms part of the plan of the festive season includes increasing our police visibility through blue light patrols and static deployments of rapid response vehicles at strategic routes, since it's going to be the festive period. Mounting ad hoc and roving roadblocks according to the developed weekly matrix that we submit to National on our major routes. Intensifying counterfeit operations by an established task teams that's already established and functioning. We're also increasing ground coverage by developing additional intelligent collectors at hotspots to enhance community intelligence collection capabilities and working with community patrollers and the community police forums. A response multidisciplinary team comprising of crime intelligence members, specialized and seasoned detectives, special tactical forces, and private security partners will focus on all serious and violent crimes such as robberies, aggravated, including cash in transit robberies, ATM bombings, etc. So, Honorable Chair and members, we can indicate that we are ready for the festive period. Our members are ready. We are waiting for our new constables that come out early next month, and we're going to have lots of boots on the ground, and we can confirm that we are ready for what is ahead of us. Honorable Chair, I submit from Free State. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. That was Free State. We'll take Limpopo if you allow Limpopo to take the platform. Chairperson, thank you.
Yes, Limpopo.
Honorable Chairperson, good morning. I'm just struggling with my video to get my video running. It seems to me, Honourable Chair, I can't get my video running. Let me just acknowledge the presence of the Honourable Chairperson, the presence of the Deputy Minister of Police, all the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Acting National Commissioner, all other provincial commissioners, all protocol observed. Honourable Chair, in Limpopo, we are very much pleased to announce that we, in the previous quarter, we did quite well when, in terms of contact crimes, we have recorded a decrease of 0.4%. We also were able to decrease on our murders, also our assault GBH, and we also decreased on common assault and common robbery. However, we are still experiencing problems, especially when it comes to our rape cases in the province. We still having Toyando as a hotspot area in terms of rapes. What we are currently doing, we are having the imbizos, the street imbizos, the malls. We are also targeting churches, as we have realized that we can meet more people when we go to malls and churches than just inviting people to a public imbizo. We are also busy with our schools through our youth crime prevention structure. So we are targeting all the schools in the province to also, because we've seen a lot of our victims is young people, we are also now trying to motivate them and also sharing the crime hints with them at schools and universities. What we are also doing, we are having meetings when we come look at our property crimes. It's still for us a challenge in terms of burglary at non-residential premises, that is our businesses, and the biggest contributor there is Spada shops. So we are also having meetings now with all the Spada shop owners and also sharing crime hints with them, and also utilize them as a generator of information where people are robbing our Spada shops, and they are also supporting us at the moment. We also have monthly meetings with all our legal outlets. We see that a lot of our gender-based violence, as well as our murders and rapes, are also starting at liquor outlets, when people moving from the liquor outlet back to home, especially the ladies in the evenings. So we're also encouraging them, together with our taxi industry, that we're starting to create links between our liquor outlets and our taxi industry, also the Ubers in our province, so that we can see that people can get home safely. So the liquor outlets also, we are monitoring the closing times, and they are also supporting us in the prevention of crime in their own little spaces. Then, like I said, the taxi organization and public transport organizations, we are also targeting them to support us. We know that in our province in Limpopo, the taxi operators are really supporting us when it comes to the crime prevention at taxi ranks and in other areas of the province. Then we are also have a multidisciplinary approach. For example, we are working very close with the Department of Correctional Services in the province. We do receive a list of all the absconders in the province, and we are following up on those absconders, because we've realized that in a lot of cases, they are our repeat offenders. Then we are also having close relationships with our neighboring countries. For example, Botswana. I think you will recall that 3 weeks ago, we had a farm attack where the suspects ran over to Botswana, and with the help of the police in Botswana, we managed to apprehend, and there was a shooting incident and 3 of the suspects were killed. We are also working very close with Zimbabwe in terms of vehicles that's leaving our province now, and also the gold mining in Chamtumbu. So there is also progress and an improvement in the relationship with our Zim police. Then on our partnerships on CITs, we are still concerned about the CITs, although we had some successes in terms of the Makadu 19 and also at Hoedspruit. In the Hoedspruit incident, for example, it was our rural safety structure the farmers in the province is really coming to the party in terms of supporting us with their drones, their aircraft, as well as manpower when we asked them to support. So in terms of CIT, they helped us in Hoedspruit, and also there was a shooting, and we also managed to arrest, and some of the criminals were killed in that incident as well. We are also activating our community in blue, our community police forums, and then we also in the province, Chair, we are focusing a lot on our critical infrastructure task teams. We are still having problems in Mopani, in Waterberg, in Capricorn in terms of theft of copper, and we see there's an increase in those crimes as well. Also, there's an increase, and specifically in the Palaborwa area, where people are being promised jobs, and then we see that the cybercrime, they must pay in a certain amount, and then when they arrive there for the job, there's nothing. So that's one of our challenges. We are still having challenges with our mob justice in the area, especially the Sekakune area. So hopefully through the deployment of POP members and early warning system that we've created, we are trying, and specifically in Sekakune, we also had meetings with the farmers because we saw that some of them were responsible for this mob justice, specifically in terms of stock theft, where really those communities, and it's really up and coming farmers, they don't have a lot, so really they take the law into their own hands. So we're busy there with community meetings with those farmers, those rural safety structures there, to try and also address and try to stop our mob justice in that area. Our areas of concern is still, so in Vembe area, it's Toyando when it comes to our rapes and sexual offences. We are also having contact crimes that is prevalent in the areas in Seshego, Polokwane, and also Westernburg and Mawalareng and Mankweng. We are also increasing our number of blue light operations, the number of roadblocks and VCPs. Then we are also, during the festive season, working very close with our traffic departments on all our main routes to make sure that also the visibility is improved on those areas. Then we're also working currently with our mines and DMRE to also improve on the aspect of illegal mining in the province. I'm quite well that there's pockets of improvement in our crime, but we are really concerned, and we put all our efforts to make sure that those areas that we're still struggling and that we see that it's really hard to crack, that we put all our efforts together with our communities to see if we can improve. I'm sure we can still improve on it. I think that's what we're currently doing in a nutshell in Limpopo Province, Chair. I thank you. I submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My apology that I have skipped KZN. We're supposed to take KZN before Limpopo, and General Mpanazi was ready to take the platform. Thanks, General Skeppers. Chairperson, if you allow KZN to take the platform, thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and good morning. And I have a Charlie laptop all connected in case I lose a signal on one, so please do forgive me. My network is very unstable. Can I also request that I switch off my camera in the meantime, Chair? Honorable Chair, KZN, our approach in the main has been that we first try and understand what problem are we facing as a province in terms of crime. We do that by conducting an analysis, and our analysis, Honorable Chair, questions in terms of what crime is affecting us the most, where do these crimes happen, when and the how, and those type of questions. And that's how we started. And from there, Honorable Chair, we then analyze our deficiencies in terms of our strategies in fighting crime. And what we found the most was that by majority, some of our members might either be afraid to act against criminals, or it's a sheer laziness that has crept in to some degree. In order to mitigate that, we then decided that we're going to establish the teams. So we group stations together, and we allow that the members are able to operate across their station boundaries. So station A to D would be working together, and they're going to go and run an operation at station C together in a collective approach, being informed by the crime pattern and the threat that is identified at that particular time to try and address the specific crime. And so they rotate amongst those stations. That's how we first started our approach. And secondly, we then also at the district level, we encourage the district to establish teams that are going to be operating across station boundaries. KZN, as it were, we have 11 districts. The bigger one being eThekwini with 42 police stations, and it's just too much for one district commissioner to manage. But nonetheless, we get the task teams that are going to be established, a couple of task teams in the district that are going to be established and focusing on specific crime that are troubling that specific district. Some district, it could be stock theft, in other district, it could be murder, crime in general in terms of the crime stats that we receive. And so those task teams, they operate at the district level. We create some kind of competition amongst them. The teams that will achieve the most in terms of as when the group of stations are also performing theirs and become competitive in that manner. At the provincial level, we also established the task teams that are dealing with different type of interventions. We try to focus on, as I said, Honorable Chair, on cases of type of crimes that are affecting us the most. Murder in KZN being the main focus, and what we found is that criminals in general will be graduating from becoming taxi drivers, and eventually they become hitmen, and after that they started trading in drugs, using the taxi as a way of washing their money, and because of the lack of enforcement from the Department of Transport in terms of permits of those taxis as they operate. And from there, then they eventually graduate into becoming business forums, and they get into tenders because they see opportunities there. And in that chain, there's a lot of criminal activities that they get involved with. Those that are not able to own taxis, and from if not being hired as hitmen, they hijack vehicles, they do house robberies, business robberies, and the like. So when we're dealing with them, the teams then focus on trying to hunt those that start from becoming hitmen, and if we can be able to deal with those before they get into other crimes, and it becomes a solution for us. We've been successful thus far, Honorable Chair, that we've been able to keep our prisons or our correctional facility overpopulated the whole year. They've got 19,000 beds. We constantly make sure that they don't have less than 24,000 inmates inside. Our cells capacity is also always full on full-time basis. Although not necessarily all those that you are arresting do affect arrest. We've also identified, Honorable Chair, as we arrest that those that are behind bars are contributing a lot in terms of our crime, either drug trades, either murders, and the likes, while they are still in custody. So we try and engage with Department of Correctional Service in terms of controls in those areas. And so we've been conducting quite a number of searches in prisons to try and mitigate that. And that has helped us a lot, that some of the hardened criminals that are troubling us through the help of the correctional services, they've been able to send them to Kokstad, for instance, where we always regard it as basically the real prison in South Africa, where if criminals are sent there, they are not in touch with the outside world. And that saves us a lot because we've got a lot of incidents that have been commanded behind bars by those that we've arrested. We've been fortunate that of late, some of the criminals, hardened criminals in the province have chosen not to be arrested, but they choose to fight with the police. And as a result, we've lost quite a lot of members, a lot of police officers been injured, and but fortunately, there's also been quite a lot of criminals that has died in the process. Although it's said in us, Honorable Chair, I must put this on the record, that for any death of a criminal and the death of a police officer, we tend to find challenges with regard to the prescription of the legislation that members end up feeling as if their lives matters less because of the role that perhaps our independent police investigative directorate will have to play in such incidents where members, after having been under heavy gunfire and some of their colleagues died, and the officers from my pit will take over the crime scene and treat police officers as if they are criminals because the priority is a dead criminal. That is continuously in the province create tensions between the police and IPID officials, which I thought I must bring it to the attention of the portfolio committee as this IPID bill has been also processed. It's a really discouraging thing that is developing. But those actions of those criminals, Honorable Chair, which has led into the death of quite a number of criminals, has helped the province to see the reduction of crime. Because you'll find one criminal involved with multiple murders in a short space of time, involved in a number of rapes, a number of robberies. But when that person is taken away to prison, he continues doing that until we move that person to Kokstad, and then we see the stabilization. And when the person dies, and we see the reduction. Honorable Chair, in the next quarter, you might even see more numbers going down because of the death of the few criminals in these recent times. That clearly shows that our approach in terms of being harder on these criminals, it's the same group of criminals that get involved with quite a number of our crimes in the province. So as the teams that are working on task teams, we're able to chase them, Honorable Chair, because our members that are working on these cases are not necessarily residing in the very same policing precinct. We'll take members from one district to go and work in another district, and with the help of the head office, budgetary-wise, in terms of accommodating those task teams they deploy, with the help of business in the province, who also do pay for the accommodation or offer accommodation for free for our members to be staying at, in order to allow such interventions. We have seen a real change in terms of our approach. And I must emphasize also, Honorable Chair, that the close working relationship, the initiative taken by police management in terms of working with private sector, in terms of the E2 project that we have with security industry, while we are having quite a number of security companies in the province that are giving us problems in terms of crime, in the sense that they have poor management of their firearms. Firearms have been hired for robberies. Firearms have been hired to commit murders and so forth. While we're having those security companies who also are intimidating businesses in terms of business forums, because these forums are using security companies when they go to sites, construction sites or otherwise, without pointing firearms to business people. Their sheer presence and the visibility of their firearms for any visit that these business forums are doing, it threatens the owners of those establishments, and as a result, it's perceived as if it's a mafia that is coming to take over, whereas they're trying to negotiate for tenders. While we're having those security companies that are doing those things, and we're enforcing strict laws in terms of that, we must appreciate a number of security companies that are working very close with the police in terms of fighting crime, using their resources. Honorable Chair, they've got drones, they've got night vision equipment, they've got a lot of aids that they voluntarily give us in order to help us fight crime. We are grateful to those security companies that are helping us in doing that. That collaboration, Honorable Chair, is the one that is helping KZN to see the reduction in terms of crime. So in short, Honorable Chair, in closing, we have task teams. We deploy task team in various areas. We group stations to work together collectively to fight crime from station boundary to station boundary. We have a close working relationship with business in terms of financial resources, physical resources, and otherwise that help us to reduce crime, and a close relationship with correctional service to try and deal with issues that are happening behind bars. And that's our submission, Honorable Chair. I hope that was sufficient. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Mkhwanazi, PC KZN. Chairperson, with your permission, we'll move to the next province, which is Mpumalanga, and we'll take General Manamela. Thank you, PC KZN. General Manamela, you can take the platform, ma'am. As short as you can, but elaborative, ma'am. General Manamela.
Yes, thank you very much, DNC. I'm just trying to get my camera on.
Yeah. I missed General Mkhwanazi. Members wanted to see his face. Let's see your face, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson, and the other honorable members, the Deputy Minister of the Police, the Acting National Commissioners, the Deputy National Commissioners, the Provincial Commissioners. All protocol is observed, Chairperson. We must say, as in Mpumalanga, the July-September crime did not go too good. We've been having a lot of challenge that the contact crime, we did not do well as a province as compared to other quarters that we have been trying. We have gathered and collected an increase of 4% in as far as contact crime is concerned, Chairperson. But having said that, we also saw the reduction of 4.9% with the common assault. Our main challenge that we were having with the contact crime is that when we look into deal with our analysis as a province to see our crime threat analysis and our crime pattern analysis, we discovered that in as far as our contact crime, we have been doing much better, but the murder in the province become something that was coming very much sharply. We had a serious challenge in one of the districts in Hlanzeni. But before I go that, I just also want to record that in as far as our 17 community crimes are concerned, we seen that we have had a reduction of 9 out of the 17, of which the 8 that are there, on the contact crime itself. But the other crimes that have been recorded being your contact related, property related, and your crime detection and police reduction, the province have done well in those categories. So our main focus as we are sitting now is the sexual offenses and your assault GPH that we are having and the common robbery. But having said that, Chairperson, we also established that in other areas of the district that are giving us most challenges, so even when we look into our top 30, we see that when we coming to the carjackings, for example, in Kangala, Wheatbank in particular, enforcement, our main focus of which at this stage we have established the teams. We have arrested last week 2 of the suspects that were giving us problems, and hoping that with those 2 that have been arrested, we might be seeing the result come the end of this quarter. And the murder issues in Nhlanzeni in particular, where you find that we are confronted with the groups that are the gangster groups that they are fighting, the taxi industry being one of our main challenges. Because we have those that are being arrested, but there is a suspicion that the group that is inside in jail, they are giving command outside. So every now and then you see that we do have double murders. We do have the mob justice that are there because these groups that are fighting and doing and committing crime in areas sometimes where you find that the police are unable to can prevent it at that time. But there are other arrests that have been made in that regard. And I'm also have to report that the other mob justice, because murder is the main issue that we are having, the mob justice, whereby most of the suspects are being arrested, are granted bail. Now, the community is of the view that these people are not belonging to them. So at the end of the day, you find that they burn the house, they kill the suspects, and we generate this murder as such, except those that might be coming with the common assault GPH chairperson generated from the taverns, of which the liquor board, we met with them. We met with the tavern owners to say that as and when people are coming to consume the alcohol, we need to put measures in place that are going to ensure that we cap into that. But holistically is the question of saying that our deployments have been redirected at this stage. We have used the approach of clustering the old cluster stations within the districts, of which that it includes all the visible commanders and the station commanders, and they are deployed in certain times and areas to can ensure that as and when the visibility is there, the patrols are also evident to can control the concern of people that are being murdered on the road. We see much of the business robberies that are taking place in the rural areas of the province, of which at this stage that the deployment are becoming very much static in those roads. And for last week and about a week and a half up until this stage, we haven't seen much of them, because we ensure that the highway patrol and all the patrol vehicles in those hotspot areas, they are being managed, because it became imminent that they also knew the time of the delivery of the vehicle, of those groceries, whether it's food, whether it's clothes, it's alcohol. You find that there are more community members that are also involved. At some point, even our own members, we had the suspicion to believe that they might be aware of those arrangements that are taking place in the province. Our top 3 police stations that were giving us problem, we see Wheatbank decreasing and Nelspruit and Middelburg decreasing. but we also see Witbank that was decreasing last quarter, coming up with the enforcement that is becoming a problem. Now, in that regard, Chairperson, I want us to record that as a province, in as far as the mining are concerned, we also establish more task teams that are dealing with different categories of crime, including your robberies within the illegal mining. That is also a serious challenge in the province. Up until last week, we have arrested a few of them in the mining industry. We have also confiscated more of the machines that have been in those illegal mining in the province. So these are some of the issues that in the main, when this crime can be kept in that category, we will be able to can manage the contact crime, because these are the crimes that are being reported in the province. But we saw that gap, that if we redeploy and ensure that we zoom in those hotspot areas, we are going to be able to can manage that. So the task team of murder, stock theft, that was also a problem lately. We see a decrease in the stock theft in the province in about 13.8% for the stock theft, because we have engaged the rural safety committees, the farmers that are assisting us more, because most of the time they will know the suspects that are there. So we are working more closely with them. We are also working more closely with the security structures in the province in different areas, especially in the rural urban areas, whereby the POLSEC are also assisting us in as far as the patrol are concerned. They are also assisting us in the mining industries, because as and when that the illegal mining crimes are committed, they can be in the position to can identify those that are not familiar with the place, and we are able to can cap and deal with those crime person. Now, we also embark on ensuring that, and as much as the contact crime is giving us the problem, the detective with the tracing of the suspect, those teams that have been established, we've seen more. Even last week, we have seen more of the suspects being arrested, because those teams are dealing specifically with the tracing of those that we know. Those that we know that they are committing specific crimes, they are very much dangerous. So they are tracing them, they are being arrested, and it is being assisting us, because if those that can be arrested, you see your CITs in the province have subsided. You see the robberies, the business robberies, they are there and there, but they are coming down because the arrests have been imminent, and we're making sure that you are leaving no stone unattended. We also, Chairperson, registered the project in as far as the Operation Situnya is concerned with crime intelligence, because of the fact that many of the crimes that have been committed in the province, the firearms are being utilized. So crime intelligence is on the ground to can gather that information for us to can deal with the firearms that are all over in the province. And we are acknowledging that we need to be working very hard to ensure that the firearms in the province are being collected. And also, now that is the festive, we have managed now to can deal with the Parks Board and the tourist management, because of the tourists that will be coming to the province, and make sure that the route and the hotspot that we know that normally during this time the tourists are going to be under attack. So our deployment are being intensified. So meaning that this crime of the last quarter that we see, we might be seeing most of the improvement in as far as the contact crime is concerned, as it has already started during October, November, and this month also, that we are starting to see and yield the result in as far as that is concerned. I should believe that working also with the community at large, with our street imbeciles that we are embarking on, using all the traditional leaders that we are having, and the CPF, the participation in that regard, and the cooperation is assisting us a lot. So our focus at this stage, Chairperson, will be made in our most problematic district, being Nhlanzeni, with many of the crimes and the murders and robberies that are reported, and the car hijackings that are being reported in the Nkangala district, and the sexual offences also. With regard to the rape also, we are making sure that all those known suspects that are being identified by the victims, we make sure that we put them to where they belong. So mob justice, we are dealing with it, Chairperson. I should believe that on that score, I want to say that this is in the main what we are having as a province, and we will be dealing more with the issues of the alcoholism. And to say that while I was saying with the Tanzania, that it says contributing 13 stations out of the top 30 stations within the province, which we are dealing with them to make sure that they don't go to the top 30 of the national. We're only having the 2 that are only affected with the sexual offences nationally, of which now the operations and the deployments are being focusing on those categories in different crimes to show that the members are being deployed in those categories and those areas that we are having challenges. In the main, that is what the province of Mpumalanga can report. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PC Mpumalanga. Chairperson, through you, we'll take the next province, Northern Cape. Thank you, PC. Although we saw most of your ceiling than yourself, but thanks for that adjustment.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, the Deputy Minister of Police, the Acting National Commissioner, and colleagues. Chairperson, we are still busy with the high-density operations in the Northern Cape. With Operation Chanela, we are also dealing with illegal mining and illegal immigrants. In terms of our 17 community-reported crimes, we have managed to decrease the crime, but unfortunately, in terms of conduct crime, it has shown being stubborn. We only, with conduct crime, managed to decrease murders and robberies. We have realized that our sexual offenses, assault GBH, and robberies are still on the increase. In order to deal with that, we have capacitated our stations with our specialized units, that is our POPs at the stubborn areas, and TRT, because at least by now, our protests have seemed to be quiet for a while. So we're using our specialized unit to assist us in crime prevention. We're still continuing with illegal mining in Namakwa. Like this week, we're still busy with the 2 mines there that were operating. We had arrest and Home Affairs. Fortunately, this time around, they are there. We are deporting the illegal immigrants that are there. In terms of the sexual offenses, we made an analysis in the quarter. We have picked up that there's a lot of cases, child against child rape cases. Out of 18 cases, the youngest victim is 4 years and the youngest offender is 12 years. And when you look deeper into that, most of them, they know each other. It's either in the same school, they are the same family, or they are friends. So what we did as a province, we started with the engagement at the schools, engaging the children, but we stopped when the exams started. We'll continue in the new year. We're also carrying on with community engagements at the taverns and the other gathering places with social development in order to sensitize the community on the issues of GBV as well as the liquor abuse, because most of our conduct crime is liquor related. The other thing that we are busy with in terms of those cases where the offenders are known, we give an instruction to the stations to go and do immediate arrest. And we have realized that it helps us with crime prevention as well, because the people can see now, if you are known, you are arrested immediately. The other thing that we have put in place, the district have formed teams that are going around with crime prevention, because most of our stations don't have the crime prevention capacity. So the district is doing cross-station crime prevention with the teams to assist those stations. But what I need to highlight at the province that now is a challenge, most of our stations, the population has overgrown the policing capacity of the province. So it is a struggle, especially in the mining side of the province. The stations, though we are saying the stations are capacitated, but when you look at both the human resources
Hello, we have lost the PC.
Yes,
Acting National Commissioner.
She is frozen. I'm trying to call her chairperson that she must look at the system. She might have touched the button. Oh, General Otola, proceed. We lost you.
I'm back, General. It's a challenge with the network. I was saying that is all for the Northern Cape chairperson.
Thank you so much, PC. Through you again, Chair. We'll take Northwest Province, General Kwena. You have the platform.
Thank you, the Acting National Commissioner, also to the Honorable Chairperson and members, the Deputy National Commissioner, the Deputy Minister of Police, all the honorable members and all the colleagues on the platform. I'm battling to get my camera on, but I will proceed. Insofar as Northwest is concerned, I must indicate that this second quarter, we did not perform well at all. We had an increase in 17 community reported crimes of 2.1%, where the contact crimes were 9.8% increase, with murder 8%, rape also 8% increase. Robbery residential 3.7%. Now, in the province, we've got 5 districts, but the most problematic district is the Bojanala district, which comprises of both Barretts and Rustenburg. These are the 2 districts with a lot of mining areas. I must also indicate that Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, which is around Klerksdorp, Ognistelfontein, there are also mines, but most of the mines have been closed. Not many are operating as we speak. In this Bojanala district, Barretts and Rustenburg, the problematic crimes there are robbery, house breaking, both business and residential, assault, GBH and common, and also robbery aggravating and carjacking, as well as theft of motor vehicle. I must indicate that in most instances, most of the criminals, they come from outside the province, seeing that Northwest is a bit quite of a province and not very big, in fact. So I think they take advantage of the situation that they should come this side, because many a time when we arrest these perpetrators, we find that they are from different provinces. What the province is doing to try to address this, its deployment at the problematic stations, more especially Barretts as well as Rustenburg. I must also indicate that we also have deployment in and around Klerksdorp, which is very problematic with robberies. Because there are teams that come from different areas, even from the province itself, from the townships with vehicles, just to come and rob and go back to where they stay. The crime intelligence had picked this up. Now we have in and around the taxi ranks, the CBD in Klerksdorp, where robberies are prevalent, the posting of members also in Mafti, that is in private clothes around these areas. But I must say the most problematic is Rustenburg, CBD. We also have picked up that during the changes of the shifts, that is where most of our robberies as well as ATM bombings are happening. Because they know that the members are knocking off, others are going to be fetched. There are no police at that period. We've changed the shifts, the time of deployment to some extent, where at all times there are people, even if shifts are changing. We've realized a number of arrests because of this, because the criminals thought that there won't be any police. There have been swift reactions to robberies, more especially at business areas and non-residential, where we picked up some of the criminals who have been involved in a number of cases in and around the province because of the changing of shifts. The weekly Operation Chanela, where senior officers are posted, is continuing. Also, weekly suspect raidings in different districts are continuing. That is what the province is doing. And we've got, for Klerksdorp, Oknika, Nana, for robberies, task teams that are operating that site. We've also task teams that are operating in and around Zeerust. We've experienced currently, I think it has been appearing also in the media space, where there's been an altercation between the Congolese, to be specific, as well as the residents of Zeerust and the surrounding areas, because they want these Congolese out of their town in Zeerust. So we've got deployments there, as there's been sporadic fights between the two groups. As we speak, we've got members, both detectives, crime intelligence, and visible policing, working in and around those areas. We also have provincial officers who are working, all SAPS members in the province who are deployed from time to time, especially Fridays and weekends at operations, just to increase on visibility in Potchefstroom itself, also in Klerksdorp, that I've highlighted about the robberies. I must indicate in and around Klerksdorp and Potchefstroom, there is a high focus on theft of motor vehicles, specifically Toyota Hilux buggies, that are going out of the province towards the direction of the borders, passing through Johannesburg. This is what we've picked up, and we have task teams that are operating and provincial office personnel that are assisting around those areas. Illicit mining task teams in Rustenburg, but they are more in the Kosh area, that is Klerksdorp, Okni, Stelfontein, Kanana. Because those disused mines, that is where these illicit miners are operating. There have been a lot of arrests, with also some of the equipments used in the process being seized by the police. The province currently, I must say, we are seeing an increase in stock theft. Each and every day, 2-3 stations stock theft is being reported, happening in the early hours around 3 a.m. We know we're nearing festive seasons. We think that is the reason. So we've increased the visibility, closed the main roads to ensure that we work together also with the farmers as well as the security, because there are farmers that are having security. We're working close with them to ensure that we have a reduction insofar as these stock thefts are concerned. This especially is happening in Vryburg, Taung, Ventersdorp, and Wolmaranstad. So, Honorable Chairperson, this in brief is what is happening in the province in Northwest. Thank you.
Thank you, General Kwena. Chairperson, the last province will be Western Cape Province. Lieutenant General Advocate Patekile will take the platform. Over to you, General.
Thank you, Acting Deputy DNC, Acting National Commissioner, the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and Honorable Members, Provincial Commissioners, Divisional Commissioners, and all present. Good morning. I will try to sketch the scenario that we've analyzed as the problem that we had in our crime in this quarter. It was a bad quarter for us in the Western Cape, as we've been in the most of half of the year. I mean, from January up to June, we have been achieving the successes in crime reduction. But what has happened in August, we had a bad month with the taxi violence that was there. And actually, it took us off the pedal to focus on that. And as a result, we've received a lot of cases that because our focus was on that space. What we are doing now, in as far as that we're concerned, we look back at our provincial strategy that we're using, the provincial safety plans, the crime reduction strategy, violent reduction of the Western Cape government, the anti-gang strategies, the right strategy, and safer city models. Now, what we're looking at in as far as how we integrate all these operations together with the municipalities integrated and multi-dimensional approach in crime, especially in the city of Cape Town. We have to look at the focus stations where the top 12 stations that are contributing 65% of our murders, that we now focusing our deployment and our operations in those stations. Looking at our crime generators are as follows: the drugs, the firearms, abuse of liquor, taxi violence, and to a greater extent, contribution by domestic violence in our murders. In the top stations that we're looking at, that we've identified theft as number one in the country with murders: Nyanga, Philippi East, Guguletu, Samora Machel, Kraaifontein, Khayelitsha, Linglet West, Mfuleni, and Mitchell's Plain. We are ensuring that during the week, 30% of our personnel is deployed at those stations to look at the times when the crimes are committed. And then 70% gets deployed additionally from Thursday to Sunday morning in operations focusing on the crime generators, such as our firearms, liquor, enforcement of compliance inspections on the liquor and firearm owners and firearm dealers. Also, the teams are deployed in the whole week, and with the law enforcement, the metropolis and provincial traffics that are also covering our roads to ensure that during the patterns that we've seen, our crime are displaced to other places, which we're now looking at how best do we manage the overflow from displacement of crime from the areas. We got, in far as partnership is concerned, with our CPFs, our neighborhood watches and community in blue in patrols, the junior commissioners, the spiritual crime preventions, as well as the business against crime that were actually utilizing in many of the technologies like your drones, the license recognition plates that we are using to recover many of our vehicles that have been stolen or robbed on the road. Now, analysis continues. We've got tech jobs that are meeting on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, to ensure where do we focus our crime and interventions. We've looked at the weapons of choice that have been used. As we said, firearms and knives are the ones that are being used more in either the murders and robberies, which were getting out of the street, to ensure that we arrest those that are in possession of firearms, which were getting more firearms on the street, and a minimum or an average of 40 firearms a week weekly from the streets. Thursdays to Monday morning, district commissioners, station commanders, and the personnel from ourselves, from the provincial commissioner up to all, we are deployed at the station levels conducting operations to ensure that the crime that are mostly feared are combated. We are seeing now the results since the taxi violence is now subsiding, that we are getting there in control of the situation again. But because of the fact that we took us time to recover from what has happened in the whole of August, we see the results that will be coming as we move on with our approach, and during especially on the festive season, where we're also taking all our members that are in the support functions to go and be in the places where the community are converging, such as business centers, malls, public spaces, as well as beachfront beaches. So we are on that space now, and we're seeing the results of, and in terms of a gradual decline in the incidence of conduct crimes. That is our story, Chairperson. But I must say that the extortion as one of the most contributing factors in our space. Once you take that group away, then there's a conflict between those that are in for the theft, same as with the gangs. You've taken a number of gang groupings out of the circulation, which resulted into intra-gang conflict and also theft wars between the groups that were left behind. What is now left for us is to ensure that we find a strategy when we take a group leadership of a gang or extortioner, that we must find a way how best we ensure that that space is taken care of. For example, if that gang group was operating, I'm making an example, and then we take it off, and then there must be other state entities or department that they come in, because these gangs, they have a tendency of having an alternative governance in the areas where they operate. For example, they will be seen as the good people because they are providing social amenities that should have been provided by the state. And that is an intervention that we should be looking at. And secondly, the issue that we have also analyzed is the number of youth that is idling, unemployed, doing nothing, which are the breeding ground, which is a breeding grounds for the gangs and the groupings, the criminal groupings to strengthen their power in the areas. And then that intervention is needed on that part. Also, and lastly, we've seen the number of school dropouts that are actually being recruited to criminal activities. And that area needs a serious intervention in terms of investing to as a country to the youth, and ensure that we remove them from being used as criminal gangs or criminal groupings within the Western Cape. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to the Deputy Minister as well. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That it's the team, Chairperson, and their input. And in conclusion, Chairperson, my apology that I forgot when the meeting started to indicate that since our last meeting, Chairperson, we experienced further deaths within the organization. We buried 2 members last weekend, one in KZN from POP and the other in Mpumalanga, that was from Gauteng, Tembisa. And we are also having another member, the captain in Eastern Cape, that will be buried this coming weekend, also from POP, who also died in the line of duty. And I must also emphasize that these members of POP that died were killed not doing the POP duties, but rather responding and assisting the stations where they are based in responding to the crime prevention or the arrest of people that were causing trouble in their respective communities. We were saddened by the taking of their lives in those areas where they have perished. And also to indicate that a few colleagues have highlighted on the issues of cash in transitized and the adoption of the strategy that we are having there. To add that as head office, we also have received 2 new helicopters in this past quarter, which were dedicated to assist any province that will require that high density operation on the CITs. So these 2 helicopters over and above those that are deployed in the provinces are dedicated for the CITs to assist in response to that. That it's the fact that Chairperson will recall that the President lately signed off our request for SANDF to assist the operations that we are undertaking at 6+1 province on the illegal mining space, and the rollout of those troops. It's happening as we speak, and they are now have been divided into different provinces, and they are operating under Operation Prosper to give support to the illegal mining operations, since we have established that there are high caliber firearms that are used in that space, just to give a cover for the operatives that in that that will be operating in that space. And we have these operations going on every single day. We are going to be taking the monitoring and to evaluate those operations on a daily basis, just to evaluate how the rollout is going on and what can be improved in the main. And lastly, in the same period, we have also seen the rollout of the expansion of the lab in the Eastern Cape, which the committee also attended. We hope and believe that with all these interventions that we are having, Operation Chanela will maximize its strength, and we will reduce this crime in this current quarter and coming better than we did in the last quarter. And then lastly, just to indicate that when we look at this quarter in discussion, we realize that we look at the provinces as they were responding and how they reduce crime in their respective provinces, and KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, as well as Limpopo were found to be on the top 3 in terms of their actions and how they managed to reduce the 17 community-related crimes. Chairperson, that is our story. I submit in so far as the past crime statistics, quarterly crime statistics is concerned. I submit.
Thank you very much, Acting Commissioner. And let me thank all the provincial commissioners for your inputs. I know you were just touching key issues. Crime is a societal issue, and even members of this committee are worried about the crime stats. So together, we can assist one another to fight crime. Members, I guess you are taking notes so that you are able to engage effectively on the issue of crime stats. Let me now give this opportunity to Dr. Jean Redpath just to present a side of the story, how she understands this just released quarterly crime stats, so that we are able to learn something from there. Quickly, Dr. Redpath.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all distinguished guests who are at this meeting. I was particularly asked to look at trends over crime and try and provide some insight as to what influences the trend. So that is the emphasis of my presentation. If you're worried about how many slides there are only 14. So you can pace yourself if you start feeling tired as the slides go along. So what determines where and when crime happens? So the generally accepted theory is called routine activity theory, and it brings three things together in time and place. So you have a likely offender, and this needs to be a motivated offender, a suitable target, a victim of crime, and the absence of a capable guardian. And when I'm talking about the absence of a capable guardian, I don't necessarily mean a bodyguard that is following somebody around, but a general environment where there isn't going to be someone to stop the crime taking place, whether it be the idea that someone else in the community might stop you, or that you will be caught, or that you yourself, as the suitable target, is going to be able to retaliate in some way. So when these three things come together, a crime occurs. Now, in terms of trends over time and place, anything that increases the number of people who are in any of those categories is likely to affect the incidence of real crime, of crime that really happens on the ground. So, for example, when we have a lot of tourists which come from overseas and who are not used to being alert, that increases the number of suitable targets, and we might see crime increase. In terms of likely offenders, we might see a situation where people are very angry about a service delivery issue, and that raises their motivation, and it increases the number of likely offenders. So we might see a rise, for example, in malicious injury to property. The absence of a capable guardian, it might be that we see resources withdrawn from an area, a security company moves away, and then we would see possibly an increase in crime. So it's highly localized. So when we look nationally, what we're looking at are all the crimes that occur in small places, added together comes to a police station, add all the police stations together, we get a province, add all that together, we get the national picture. So we're going to have a great degree of variety going on at a local level, but it sums up to some bigger picture that happens nationally. So we have to think of crime very locally, but we're going to end up with national trends, which are kind of a summary of what is happening at the very local level. So now, the problem with reported crime is that it is not necessarily a reflection of the crime actually occurring. Now, the reason I'm showing you this slide shows the murder rate, which is the dark red line, the rate per 100,000 people. So for every 100,000 people in South Africa, how many people are murdered in a year? And we can see in around 2005, 2006, that number was at about 40 for every 100,000 people. Now, at the same time, we had about 40 community reported serious crimes per 1,000 people. In other words, we had about one murder for every 100 other kinds of crime that were reported by the community. Now, reported crime depends heavily on the trust in the police and what's going on. And how can we get an idea of whether an increase or a decrease in reported crime is about a real increase or a real decrease, or is reflecting some kind of change in reporting? So what we see happened in South Africa during this very good period, up until about 2011, 2012, we had quite a remarkable reduction in the murder rate in South Africa. It was really a remarkable achievement of the country. And but at the same time, we did not see the community reported serious crimes decreasing to the same extent. And I would argue strongly that that is about an increased trust in police happening at that time, which led to more people reporting than reported previously, which made the trend look less good than the trend for the murder rate. So when we're looking at reported crime other than murder, we really, unless you have other information like surveys, we really can't tell whether it's a real increase or a real decrease or just about the extent to which people are reporting. And the concerning time comes here from about 2015, 2016, where community reported serious crime dropped quite significantly, but the murder rate started creeping up. And then from after the lockdown, a quite concerning increase in the murder rate, which tells us that the extent of violent crime is increasing. Why do I say that? Because very few murders are murders the kind that you see in murder mysteries where somebody plans a murder and goes out and kills someone. Most murders are assault GBH or aggravated robbery that has gone wrong. In other words, someone has been killed in that situation of an assault GBH, of a aggravated robbery, of a domestic violence incident. And so when we see this number of murders going up, we know that the fraction going wrong is probably relatively the same. So that means that your contact crime, your crimes related to property that have a contact element, they are likely to be increasing as well. So this little increase here that we see in community reported crime from about 2020 indicates that people are reporting, but it probably also indicates a true increase in those crimes which is happening on the ground. So we really need to be mindful of the fact that we cannot take reported crime at face value. And this is particularly the case because we have survey data which shows us that trust in the police is decreasing. We can see that over that time period when we saw murder going down and our reported crime not going down to the same degree, we actually had started to have a bit of improvements in the measurement of trust in police. And this is the percent of people who said they trusted or strongly trusted the police. And this is from the HSRC. And then we see a sort of a flat period and then a sharp decrease and then a kind of a stabilization, but then a decrease again when we don't have more recent data after that. So if we go back to the previous slide, that broadly matches the trend that we see for the community reported serious crimes. If people do not trust the police, they are highly unlikely to go and report a crime. Many tourists, for example, will not report crime. People who see no reason to report crime. The people who are likely to report are those who are insured or have some other reason that makes reporting important to them. And not only does reporting vary over time, as we've seen in the South African context, but it also varies from place to place. So this data came out of the Khayelitsha Commission, a company called Ntente Consulting, did surveys in a number of different places and found vastly varying reporting rates depending on where you are. At this time, it was in the Western Cape province. And so we see extremely low reporting rates in Gugulethu and very high reporting rates in places like Cape Town or Bellville. So what that means is when you see high numbers in Cape Town and Bellville, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have a very serious crime problem going on. It could also mean that they just have a better reporting rate. So the rate of reporting in the best reported areas is 3 times the rate of reporting in the worst reported areas in this data. So why am I telling you all this about the concerns about reported crimes? It means that we have to be very careful at saying there was an increase in housebreaking. We don't know if there was an increase in housebreaking. There was an increase in the reporting of housebreaking. We don't know if there was a real increase or if people are just trusting the police more and are now reporting that crime. Similarly, with the decrease. So you need to then bring in other information which can tell you whether it's likely to be a real increase or decrease, or whether it's about reporting. All of that is to justify my focus on homicide and murders as the most trusted indicator of what's really going on. And the chair was particularly interested in the trends in relation to time of why things happen when they do. So here I'm going to show you homicide rates. This is not my own data. This is data from Richard Matsopoulos and others who published a paper that was literally published 5 days ago, but it shows a pattern that we've seen over time, over and over again in South Africa, where Sunday comes out tops, and that's not because it's Sunday, but because it's Saturday night going into Sunday morning. And then similarly, Saturday and Friday are high, and again, Monday is high, not because it's Monday, but because it's Sunday night going into Monday morning. And this is about, if we go back to our routine activity theory, what happens on Friday and Saturday and Sunday that pushes up the murder rate. So a number of things happen. Some people are paid weekly, so they get paid at the end of the week. They then are suitable victims. They may also drink alcohol, which makes them more suitable victims, but it may also make them, the likelihood of their being offender, getting in a fight, rises over the weekend. We also, on the weekend, we also see different patterns of guardianship happening. Shift patterns change, things change. People are not, sometimes go away from home, they're not at home, they're in a different place, they don't realize the risk, they become more at risk. So we see this very clear combination of the activities changing, plus the income changing, plus the changing in guardianship. So I'm going to show you the very predictable patterns. Now, this is from the South African Medical Research Council. Unnatural deaths are not just homicides. They include traffic accidents, but the homicides outnumber them. They also include suicides and some other medical related things, but those are very small. And we know that the transport related deaths and the homicide deaths tend to follow each other closely. Now you can see how the pattern is incredibly regular from week to week. These are the weeks of the year. You can almost predict exactly what is going to happen just based on the week of the year that you are in. And what we can see is a very regular pattern of the end of the month having a rise. That's another time when people get paid. We can also see school holidays emerge quite strongly, as well as public holidays. And where public holidays and school holidays also happen at the end of a month or on a weekend, then things look particularly bad. And here we have the steep rise that we are currently in, which is your October, November, December. So that the data that we were talking about this morning was more this sort of what SAPS calls the second quarter, but is actually the third quarter of the year, which precedes this very sharp rise, which we typically see up until December, and then a big drop. And that's all about people going on holidays, people having bonuses, things changing, and of course an increase in alcohol consumption. So when we do that in a monthly picture, we see that the school holiday months come out strongly, March, April, July, September, and of course December, as being the much higher homicide rate months that occur. So what can we see over time? Now, the murder rate, if we look at the long picture, we had this great decrease, almost halving from 60 per 100,000 to 30 per 100,000. But now things are starting to creep up, and it was very sharp over 2020, 2021, very concerning, and then a sort of slight decrease in the acceleration, but still an increase. And what is going on in the broader picture? So one of the things that has clearly been related to the picture over time, year on year, is the unemployment rate. And so with the exception of this first 1999, 2000 to around 2003 period, where we managed to have a decrease in the murder rate, even as the unemployment rate was kind of stagnant, maybe even a slight increase. That period was associated with a very, very strong criminal justice system, SAPS, extremely well-resourced, courts working overtime, and that perhaps explains why that was able to overcome the murder rate. There was also a decrease in political violence over this time period, which could also be playing the victim. But after that time period, we see that the murder rate and the unemployment rate pretty much mirror each other. And if we plot those years, we see it almost fits a line, that the relationship is about, with the unemployment rate, you can predict the murder rate to about two-thirds accuracy. And yeah, we can see that it's quite a sharp increase as the murder rate goes up. So to again return to the quarterly kind of figures, if we just look at the last few years, we can see the clear trends where the beginning of the year, we have this low trend, then it goes up, then it stabilizes a bit, and then this the big red blotches are your October, November, December periods where we have very high crime rate. So we can do the analysis with unemployment on a quarterly basis as well, and the relationship is still strong. So even at the very sort of shorter time period of a quarter, we can see the effect of unemployment. Now, one of the factors that has been of recent import, and which I think accounts for a lot of the current increase in murder that we're seeing, is load shedding. And I've plotted the number of days of load shedding per quarter against the number of murders per quarter. It's obviously not a perfect fitting to the line, but what we can see is around 30% of the variation in murder is determined by the number of days of load shedding in a quarter. And we can say that, yeah, that there is a clear relationship between the number of days of load shedding per quarter and the number of murders per quarter, because that clearly relates to the capable guardian aspect of our routine activity theory. We know that if there are no lights, then police security can't see, can't detect criminals moving around. We know that alarm systems often don't work if they don't have backups. And in the long term, we also know that load shedding affects employment, and that also affects the number of murders per quarter. So there is a clear relationship, and it's something that is negatively affecting our ability to do anything about crime. Now, if we look over the long term of our unnatural deaths, which this is data from the SAMRC, what we can see is that we were sitting at around 1,000 per week back in 2015. And you can see how at that time, 1,300 was kind of just where the peak was, in the December time period. But if taking that line along, we can see that we are in that peak almost all the time now. And yes, an increase is expected anyway because our population has grown. And so we would expect there to be some sort of increase. But the fact that it's now sort of over this period here, the most recent period, what we're seeing is a high level all the time is very concerning. And this data is literally goes up to a month or so ago. So we can see there's a bit of a drop here and a bit of a stabilization recently. But we can expect, unfortunately, that end of year spike to come into play pretty soon, no matter what we do, and particularly because we've got stage 5 and 6 load shedding to look forward to this week, and possibly some sort of load shedding throughout the festive period. Now, what I would want to say to the provincial commissioners we hear, I was very gratified to hear of the experimentation and the initiatives that you're doing and trying different things and different ways with dealing with the severe problems that we are faced with. And I congratulate you on that. What I would also say is that when you're looking at your crime data, and here I was interested to hear the Northern Cape Provincial Commissioner talk about murder going down and aggravated robbery going down, but other things going up. Well, that might actually be a good picture, because aggravated robbery is one of the better reported crimes. There's also differences in reporting by crime type. So if we have murder and aggravated robbery coming down and other things coming up in your reports, it may mean that people are starting to trust the police more and are bringing more crimes to you. We don't know for sure, but we do know if murder is going down, that something is going right, whether it be less load shedding or less unemployment or better policing. And I would caution against judging police on the crime stats, especially the community reported crime, because we want people to report crime. It's crucially important for distribution of resources. We know that the formula that determines where police resources goes depends on reported crime. So if there's a big problem with reported crime, those resources are going to be distributed in the wrong places. And that is not going to help our situation, particularly as we go into a constrained resource environment where we don't have as many police officers as we need. And we need to put them where they're going to be most effective and most useful. So that's me for now, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Doctor. Thanks very much for your insightful presentation. I think in most instances, it confirms what the police have been reporting. Thanks very much. Thanks very much for your time. And thanks very much for agreeing to our request to present your insight. Honorable members, can we then engage with the report with regard to crime stats? Can I see whether members would like to make contributions, ask questions, make proposals, or whatever? Honorable Whitfield.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to all of the provincial commissioners and the acting national commissioner, and to Ms. Redpath. I think a very interesting insight from most of the speakers. Chair, I'm just from the coastal, if I can put it that way, coastal provincial commissioners in the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal, to perhaps indicate what plans they have to mitigate against the rise in crime over that period, with people moving, and we've seen the analysis from the previous presentation. There are going to be hundreds of thousands of people flocking to coastal cities. The Minister of Police has proclaimed that there will be additional boots on the ground. Perhaps we could receive some more specific detail around what those deployments are going to look like. What are the number of boots on the ground? What are the summer season or festive season plans in place? And what is going to be done that is new in order to disrupt the trends that we can already predict before they happen? And that then corresponds, obviously, with Ms. Redpath's presentation. So I'm particularly interested to hear that. We are in an economic recovery period post-COVID and the lockdown. Tourism is a low-hanging fruit. We are going to have to step up our game if we are to preserve the jobs in the tourism industry. And we've seen the correlation between unemployment and violent crime, in particular murder. And so it is absolutely critical that we have the confidence in the South African Police Service's ability to disrupt these trends over the festive period, not only just to keep people safe, but to keep our economy protected from criminal elements. And then, Chair, for Ms. Redpath, I think the presentation was absolutely fascinating and perhaps long overdue for the committee. And I would strongly recommend, Chair, that perhaps in our legacy report, which we'll deal with later, that we include that such a presentation be done at the commencement of the 7th Parliament, so that members of Parliament have that analysis in the back of their minds for the full 5-year period when considering crime statistics. A very useful presentation indeed. My question for Ms. Redpath is around public trust. So, I mean, I was going to ask how whether you were able to identify the contributing factors to those trends, and I think you've spoken about load shedding and unemployment, and I'm sure that there are a multitude of other factors that are driving the various trends across different categories of crime. But when it comes to public trust in SAPS, and to ensure that we are able to improve community reported crimes, what are the trends, if that has been part of the research, that are driving public distrust in the South African Police Service? And how can we, as members of Parliament, but also as members of the South African Police Service who are on this committee today, what can be done to restore public trust in policing in order to improve community reported crimes so that we can get a more accurate picture of what is going on? So that's two sets of questions, one for Ms. Redpath, Chair, and one for the Coastal Provincial Commissioners around the festive season, influx of tourists and internal or domestic tourists to coastal cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gomba.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to find out about the, seeing that we are going towards the festive season, and we have the crime rate might increase, and we have tourism, like the previous speaker was saying. The tourists are normally getting targeted by these criminals. And is there any plans to in place to assist and to ensure that you protect the tourists who are coming into this country, especially in those crime hotspots, which are really loved to be visited by the tourists, so that we know that we don't leave them alone, but also protect them as the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Gomba. Honorable Gerike.
Chairperson, good morning. Good morning, everybody on the platform, and thank you for the opportunity. Chair, I am worried. The Western Cape Commissioner has spoken about the issues pertaining to public transport. Now, and the crime relates to that. It is a big issue in this province at the moment, and particularly in the area of George, where they are introducing the public transport system into the area of Tembelete at the moment. Now, I don't want to discuss individual cases, but I want to draw your attention to the seriousness of this. That we understand there's a shortage of men on the ground. Yes, this is normally the standard response. But now we understand the implementation of the transport system. A huge chunk of POPs is employed in the area of Tembelete in order to safeguard the activities of the public transport system there. The argument is that the public transport system and all the issues flowing out of the public transport system, I should think is a political conversation that should take place, and that political measures should be put in place, you know, to create some order there. Now, I don't know if I'm going to use the right words, but it would seem that our police service is used as a security guard system, in inverted commas, to guard the interests of those public transport systems, the Go George buses and all the other buses and so on. Whereas the police service could have been used to combat crime in other areas. So this is a serious matter to us, because the basic argument here is that the municipalities or the councils should put measures in place, i.e., you know, the security guard presence, as opposed to employing police in those areas. That's the one issue. Because when you draw your resources into one area, obviously it's lacking the other areas. That's the one issue. The other issue is that you will know that I have recently written to the committee with regard to the issues, the area of George, the murder rate, and all those type of things, and the general public complaining about getting to police stations and complaints are not being taken. Now, I received a call, and I report to the committee now. I received a call from the cluster commander's office to attend the meeting, and I could not make it because of other responsibilities. But I am not the committee alone, so I'm not going to attend those type of meetings alone, because I requested through the committee. So then the response was, the letter that came back was, we've met, we will put certain measures in place to intensify, because of the letter that came from the office of the Secretariat. So that's a basic standard response. I am also interested then on this question to know what is in place to combat the presence and the increase of gangsterism in our areas, because these murders are committed by gangs, by gangsters in poor areas, in disadvantaged areas. It doesn't happen in town where you have an overflow of resources, for instance. It doesn't happen in white areas, for that matter, with all due respect. It happens in previously disadvantaged areas. I'm asking, has the time not arrived that we intensify and increase resources, logistics, to those areas that need it most? Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Gerike. Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine would be to welcome the reports from all provinces and to say that, yeah, we are looking at a serious issue that we are faced with as a country of crime. And it seems like criminals are not afraid of the law. They think they live in an unlawful country. And with that, I think Honorable Gerike has covered some of my points that honestly, it's something that we have been speaking about forever now, that already they can see which areas crime, more maybe contact crime or hijackings are happening in those areas, especially now it is the festive season. They should have had a proper plan in place 3 months back to make sure that we eliminate all those things that are happening. Though I'm very happy with the report that at least in some other crimes, they've reduced numbers, but we cannot speak of reduction only. We want not to have a 0% crime in South Africa. But for as long as we are not willing to deal with the fact that provinces must also be able to take part in these programs, I am happy with what Gauteng has done with the wardens and stuff. It shows that there is an improvement since they've deployed those wardens, and also other provinces maybe might take it from there to say they should also have a similar program where at least they are able to assist police officers, because currently we are talking about human resource that is not enough. We are talking about resources, vans and all that, which are not enough to service each and every one of us in South Africa. I remember that the ratio is 1 police officer to, I think, close to 400 people, which is not viable. It's not something that you can say it will be that officer will be able to do that. But if provinces come on board and they are able also to have a program of having officers that will be assisting police officers in their own provinces, to be able to eliminate these crimes, especially those hijackings and so forth. Domestic violence, you can't say it will be something that will be, because it happens when people are in their homes or wherever they are, but we can manage to at least cover some of the areas. But that is what concerns me, Chairperson, that I am wondering if all the provincial commissioners are having meetings with the provincial legislatures to have programs that will be able to assist, especially now that it is a festive season. We know that people will be mugged, people will be, fraudulent things will be done and so forth. But if we have more officers on the streets, it then disturbs the criminals from attempting to do anything. So mine is that, Chairperson, maybe at some point in time we must acknowledge that as SAPS we need help, and we need help from different provinces, because each and every province knows what they are dealing with. If it's gangsterism, then you know that you are dealing with gangsterism. And if it's hijackings, you know that you are dealing with that. And then how do you then make sure that in those provinces, also the legislatures are able to implement some of these programs and deploy their own officers that will help SAPS into making sure that we manage to reduce a huge numbers of crimes that are happening in South Africa. And also, Chairperson, maybe today it might not be the time, but also in these police stations, we must also be able to get a clear thing on when will they be processing some of the things. I mean, other police stations do not have a camera surveillance. Their fencing is down, and you expect to then those officers be able, if cars are taken out of the police stations, I mean, which it simply says that, which means any other person will be hijacked or their cars will be stolen on the streets. But it seems as if we are not taking that up. And I wanted General Mawela to also, the issue of Jablan Police Station, it's a huge issue. And I'm not sure why are they not, because now I'm raising it, I think, for the 3rd or 4th time, that the issue of Jablan Police Station, when people have to come and report cases in the evening, you will find that you can't get into the police station, you must be outside the gate, and the processes of them being able to assist you. It takes more than an hour for you to be assisted because of they are afraid of criminals and the criminal activities that are happening in that area of Jabulani Mall. I'm sure we saw the last time when Jabulani Mall was held hostage and criminals were doing everything, but Jabulani police station is right here, maybe even 200 meters away from Jabulani Mall. It doesn't give confidence to the people of South Africa that we are really, really serious about combating crime. So it's those issues that I wanted to bring up, Chairperson. And also, I don't know how we are going to deal with this one. The issue of having people who are not documented in the country, it brings a lot. I'm happy that Home Affairs is now taking part in this, because it brings a lot. People who are not documented are committing a lot of crimes in South Africa. What we are seeing today, it's a mess. And we are dealing with this situation. We are seeing these things and we are not dealing with these situations. Because at the end of the day, we must have everyone in South Africa that is documented, so that even if when you commit a crime, we are able to trace who is that. And people get murdered every day, but we are not doing that. And also, the Operation Chanela, I applaud it. I can see it happening everywhere. But it's not taking place in hostels. Hostels are not, they don't go in with Operation Chanela. And mainly, I'm saying this because mainly murders, some of these murders are happening there. And people are killing each other like they are killing flies. And for them, it does not matter because they know that they won't be traced and they won't. So if this Operation Chanela program, it also goes into the hostels to make sure that they search and do everyone, and they must not, because they are gloating that they would know before, even if they would have that Operation Chanela, but people will know before and they will try hide their illegal firearms. And we must deal with that situation, Chairperson, in order for us to be able to combat crime. But in all honesty, we welcome the crime stats and the reports from all provinces, and hopefully we have these engagements with respectful provinces so that we are able to assist one another in making sure that we are all in this together and combating crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Honorable Ted Blanche.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chairperson, I want to start by the presentation that we get from Dr. Redpath, and I must say I am very, very impressed with that. And, but that also emphasized again the problem that we're really facing at the moment. I think we will all agree that, the trust in the police is maybe at an almost all, at the lowest possible level what we have seen in a while. And, therefore, we can just, think then what the problem is that we are facing. Chairperson, I want to start, by the crime stats that we got. The one thing that I want to plead for, always at the very last moment, this committee are informed that there's going to be a crime stats release, and, then you have other things that you need to attend to. Can't we work, things way in advance that we can decide and plan properly, for this crime stats release? Chairperson, I also want to go back to the police. I'm quite encouraged by the presentations made by the different provincial commissioners. It is, it's quite, obvious that they are working on plans, that they are putting their minds together, and that they are doing things. But Chairperson, we must also be very mindful of the fact that the problems on the ground hasn't changed. If you go to a police station, there are still people that cannot, that are unable to assist the public properly. People are not apparently not properly trained. They cannot take proper statements from people. You know, if you go to, you know, in terms of visible policing, you know, I also applaud, you know, the impact and the whole drive behind Project Chanela, but policing cannot only be done, you know, by operations. This is not the army, this is the police. We need to have, you know, proper visible policing out there, you know, and that is not the case at the moment. The crime detection is still not on where it should be. So there's not very much of a difference at the moment. You know, apparently, you know, our intelligence is also not up to standards yet. So that is, we still need to get that part going. Chairperson, the police stations are still in a dilapidated state. The police officials are staying in dilapidated places. The vehicles are still in the garages. New police stations are not being built, and we can go on and on and on. Chairperson, policing is not in a very good spot at the moment. And we must, you know, really acknowledge this and start working on this. You know, I'm also glad to hear that the army is now called in. But Chairperson, what worries me, you know, the SANDF itself, apparently in the news, it says, you know, that they also have torture squads, apparently some 4 torture squads. Now, my question is, you know, the police are involved in certain, you know, sort of things that they do to the public. And now apparently the army is also doing the very same thing in certain circumstances. My question in this regard is, are the police aware of this? Have people been arrested, or are they investigating these cases also against the army? Chairperson, then, you know, already on the 26th of October 2022, the High Court judgment indicated that evidence points to that the 28 gang have wormed their way themselves into the top management of the Western Cape. Those were the allegations at the time, and I have requested on several occasions that this must be investigated and feedback must be given. We are sitting now the end of 2003, and we haven't heard anything about that yet. Chairperson, I'm glad to hear that, you know, the police are confident that they can do better. And as I said, I'm quite encouraged by certain things that they are doing. And maybe they should, you know, work on a basis of best practice. You know, some of the provincial commissioners really impressed me with what they are planning there. But I don't think there is, you know, maybe an integrated approach. We must also stop the silo approach, and that was also mentioned. The other departments must be brought on board, you know, to ensure that proper governance will be done. You know, it cannot only be the police's responsibility. And at the moment, you know, what I realize, or what is apparently happening, is that the police are still very much working in a silo. Chairperson, thank you. I'll stop with that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Terplanch. Honorable Gomba, is it a legacy hand or?
No, it's just to add a little bit of from what I've said, Honorable Chair.
Continue.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I think I would also like to applaud the police for the hard work that they've done throughout this sixth parliament. I've observed a lot. It was difficult since, you know, criminality is something that you can control, and at some stage there's somewhere where you feel that you need the community cooperation to work with you to deal with crime. But also, I think we also need to look at how our justice is working. You know, how the system, criminal justice is actually approaching things, coming to police when they defend the people and when they execute their duties. At some stage, you find police being adamant to react because of our criminal our justice. Our justice is actually very firm and strong to them when they defend most of the things in the working progress as they are executing their work. So they end up being the ones who are being prosecuted after having carrying out the mandate as a policeman. And in some of the things, we need to actually, at some stage, Honorable Chair, have a meeting between the SAPS, Honorable Chair, and that level or where they are being prosecuted, those police like the judiciary, because at some stage it is becoming unfair for police to defend when they are also going to be prosecuted whilst they are executing their duty. Secondly, Honorable Chair, I would like us to actually encourage, I don't know that I'm standing for correction, to be corrected. I want to support the issue that was raised by Honorable Majosi, the one of the wardens and the other structures, smaller structures under the police, because police cannot be assigned to smaller, let me say, smaller cases. For instance, where a scenario is a very small scenario that is happening there, but you find that you really need a representative from the police. So the police wardens can do that level of work, and police can, and the policemen, SAPS, higher rankings ones, can be able to do the work that is more intensive in terms of policing. So we need to actually encourage, maybe, if possible, other provinces to follow suit of what Gauteng has done, since crime is also has reduced in the areas where the wardens have been deployed by the department in Gauteng. What you call it, the community safety department in Gauteng. So I would believe that if we can also allow those structures to be recognized, because they are also helping, since the number of police is not enough for the community that is saving in our country. That's what I want to say. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gomba. Honorable Marekwa. Honorable Marekwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Yeah. Chair, mine will be just few issues I would like to highlight, taking from what has been presented to us today. One wants to appreciate all the reports or presentations from all provinces, including the one on the by Red Parts. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Chair, the presentations that came from the provinces, I think also it's a good initiative and a step that it's good for us to hear from the people there on the ground or in each province, because it gives us an idea of what is happening there. Many of the presentations, Chair, highlight the relations or working together with other interested groups within their areas of operations as provincial commissioners. It also gives an idea as to why many ringleaders, or we call them masterminds, behind most of the crimes happening in our country are at times hard to trace or to track down, simply because what came from Mpumalanga is that some of them might be operating, there are possibilities that they are operating from behind the bars or in prison. So, Chair, this means also, as the police in this country, there's a huge task ahead in making sure that fighting crime, be it corruption and other forms of crime in our communities and in our country, really is dealt with, whether a person is behind bars or not, because it cannot be that we are having people in communities that are controlled or channeled by someone behind bars. Chairperson, also from the reports that we have picked up, One would like just to check with the provinces. It might affect a number of provinces. I know Northern Cape, obviously. I know Gauteng will be part of it, where we have mining or old mining areas where we're having an influx of these illegal miners, call them zamazamas or illegal miners. I just want to check with them, share maybe report feedback or their response in terms of what have they ever tried to engage with COGSTA, which is the department on dealing with human settlements, in trying to address this issue of illegal miners. What has been their engagements and responses to that? Because Chairperson, I'm raising that there's an area in my town, Samaria. I think the commissioner is well aware about it. Samaria used to be it's an old mining area. There are people who have been living there legally so for many years. But there's an influx of these, whether you call them illegal. I don't know, let me not use the word illegal, but there's an influx of foreign nationals also coming in there, building shacks to stay in, creating a sort of a community. But the people living there, those that we know have problems in terms of the harassment, the crime that is happening around their within their areas of their homes and so on. So why I'm raising this is that the role of the human settlement, because I realize that as a country we have become too, I don't know, is it for the sake of peace or what, like everybody can build a shed, even those who are in the country illegally or being foreign nationals. They have establishments where they group themselves, and after grouping themselves, they start harassing the actual people who they found there in those areas. Like it happened in Krugersdorp area and the other one, Rivoli. So one wants to just check the engagement to curb such instances happening in our town and where our people will be harassed and these illegal or foreign nationals take over the community. So I just want to get any commission. I think in the raised Samaria is in Kimberley. It can also be coming from the commissioner from Northern Cape, Gauteng and others that are affected by these illegal miners. But in the main chair, also from the analysis of the crime stats from Ms. Redpath, I think it gives us a new perspective in terms of the reporting, whether the crimes goes up. I think one wants to appreciate that representation. It gives us a lot of new perspective in terms of how to approach and look into the stats, and it's highly appreciated what she has presented today. But also that for the police in the main, a lot needs to be happening. There are areas in our communities. One has had an opportunity to do work around Western Cape, where we were told that this area, when you pass this area, you are told, hey, you see, this one is a no-go area, I think we need to do away with such instances where people of this country will be limited in terms of their movement. People need to feel free and safe in our streets all the time, and the campaign, the programs or the programs that we are having for the festive, let it be programs for the year out, year in, year out, so that every day, every month, every week, people feel safe in our country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Marekwa. Honorable Goldie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to highlight or touch on a few items. There was mention of wardens earlier on. I do understand that the wardens are peace officers, so we cannot use them as such. But I'm wondering if any of those present, and probably Ms. Redpath, can indicate what the national numbers are in terms of municipal police, and then tied to that municipal law enforcement officers and the likes. Municipal police officers, the balance of peace officers. And the reason for my question is that obviously there are a fair amount of people out there, and a strong base of what the complaint is one lack of manpower. Now, indications are that out of the draft, it's policing policy, there's intent to change the focus of these municipal agencies from full crime prevention to focus on traffic and bylaws, solely on traffic and bylaws, and leave the other elements to SAPS. Now, if we can understand what that national footprint is, I mean, my gut feel is I suspect the city of Cape Town must have about 4,000. I think that JMPD's got about 6,000. But if we can get an indication across all the metros what those numbers are, because if we turn those people away from crime prevention and focus them on B crime or bylaws, what is the impact of that on our crime stat? Is that in the draft policy? Is that recommended? Has somebody assessed what the impact of that change is? I'm suspecting that Ms. Redpath may have numbers, but if anybody else can answer that, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Allow me to start with Dr. Redpath, then come back to SAPS.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first question that was directed at me was around the drivers of trust in policing. So in the initial time period when trust began to go down, we get some insight from the Statistics South Africa Victims of Crime Survey. And there we see something of a correlation between people who said that they seldom or never saw a police vehicle in their area, and lower trust in policing, as well as there were questions around response to crime in progress, and the options went from, within so many minutes to never. And the never and larger categories in those provinces where that was higher, there tended to be lower trust in policing. So we see that as the kind of the beginning of the trust in policing is basically not quick enough response to crime flows and not enough visibility. Then we begin to see later on what is also echoed in countries in South America, which starts to reduce trust, is involvement in corruption and involvement in crime itself. And even the problem with that is, even if it's only a small fraction of the members involved, it has a disproportionate effect on trust. And if it's not dealt with quickly and appropriately, that begins to become a problem. And we know that there's a serious problem with our disciplinary system within SAPS, with, in fact, every government entity which has a peer disciplinary system is experiencing serious problems, particularly around the speed of that and with around the sanctions. The sanctions are often very minor. And what we've seen in SAPS is a collapse around the numbers. So again, a reduction in numbers of people being disciplined is not necessarily a good thing. It means that people are not being disciplined. So I would say that is part of the picture as well. And then another very important thing is what I was alluding to earlier is, and perhaps touches on what the other member was saying about resources, and where resources are. Because of the reliance on crime data, resources are in effect being misallocated outside of areas where they are most needed. And that is particularly marked in the Western Cape because there are particular disparities in reporting rates in the Western Cape. So we have high murder rate areas with lower numbers per capita than areas with low murder rates. And that's because the low murder rate areas technically have high crime rates, but that's driving the allocation of resources. They technically have high crime rates because more people are reporting in those areas. So it's a kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more police you have, the more people trust you, the more reports you get, the more police you get. And so that goes around. Now, I know that the relevant division within SAPS has started to understand that problem, but it is something that we really need to fix, particularly in an environment of scarce resources. And here I want to talk also about the administrative burden that has been placed on SAPS by the legislature. I hate to say it. There's a plethora of obligations, legislative obligations on SAPS, which are not related directly to their task. And that takes up a lot of time and resources and people that could be out on the ground. And one example of that is court duty. Now, we can't do away with court duty, but those people are sitting in courts from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and very often court is only sitting for 2 hours. That's a massive, massive waste of resources, where we have a police officer, a qualified police officer, who's only really doing useful work for a fraction of that time. And so these are the things, and then there are a range of other administrative burdens around firearms, around secondhand goods, around all sorts of things that the police have to do, and they have to allocate resources towards that. And it takes away from the kinds of things that ordinary people want to see police doing, which is someone there at the hotspot where everybody gets mugged, someone in plain clothes, as we heard earlier, being able to arrest people who are doing that. That is what people want, and they don't really care about the administrative burden that SAPS also has to see. And I also just want to mention that bad policing can make things much worse, and we have to be very careful about who we are deploying where. And I'm very concerned about the Guardians and their level of training, and I'm also concerned that they actually have no particular powers to do what they're doing, and they're also not being properly mentored. And in fact, we see that Gauteng is sitting at 30% higher murders than they had in 2019. So this is a serious concern, and it's not going to be solved with Guardians. It needs to be solved the way it was previously, with something like the Gauteng aggravated robbery strategy, where the SAPS, together with the province and all the other parties, came together, including the prosecuting authority. And this is something we have to really look at, is the role of the prosecuting authority. And they targeted syndicates that were operating hijacking and other aggravated robberies, and they made sure that those people were convicted. So it's not just about arrest, it's about conviction and getting those people out of circulation, as we heard from some of the provincial commissioners, getting them out of circulation so that they're not continuing. These prolific offenders who commit 90 or 100 crimes, they need to be taken out of circulation. And that is how we are going to do it, with proper allocation of resources to the right priorities in the right places, particularly as we move into this very difficult time. We can't just say we need more resources. We have to use what we have much more effectively and efficiently.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm now going to give to the police, the DM, but let me add this question that in his State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa announced that the SAPS will now use data-driven methods, which we call evidence-based policing, in a more sophisticated way to identify and target crime spots. Maybe as you answer questions, if you can comment on the prioritization of evidence-based policing, especially at hotspot stations. And I know the Mpumalanga reported about the rising crime of stock theft. I know even in Limpopo, there's a rising crime of stock theft, which even led to people dying. If we can comment on that, because it's happening mostly during this period. DM.
Chair, I have a problem here. My connection is just not good. I think if we can allow the National Commissioner to handle on our behalf, General Musikidi will comment better. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Acting National Commissioner.
Thank you once more, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate firstly the presentation that was done by Dr. Jean Redpath and the comments that a doctor has made. And I so wish, Chairperson, that I know that this process it's also having a broadcast as well as publicity, that to reiterate on the issues that the doctor have mentioned on the statistics. When we adopted this model of CompStat, the intention was precisely as the doctor has indicated, that we were looking at possibilities of identifying where crime is prevalent, which hotspots need to be focused at, and on what type of offenses do we need to do that. Hence, the adoption of the model here in South Africa, and we are doing exactly that. Hence, earlier I spoke about the issues that are relating to crime threat analysis that we take cue from, and the crime pattern analysis that we also look from time to time, and strategies week in and week out. Coming to the questions specifically, Chairperson, and the last issue that the doctor has mentioned with a response on the issues of the discipline. I think, Chairperson, the committee will recall that we engage on this particular discussion where General Nsia, the Divisional Commissioner of Human Resource, gave a elaborative explanation on how our discipline processes are undertaken by the department, and where are we as the department insofar as the cases are concerned. Getting to the specific questions, Chairperson, I think the question by Honorable Whitfield was specific, just to hear from the provinces that are in the coastal provinces inputs, if the Chairperson will do that. But I need to also highlight the fact that we have received a request, Chairperson, to appear further before this committee on Friday, specifically to look at those areas of the Operation Festive Season, amongst others. And just to check with the Chairperson if we want to take that now, or we want to deal with it when we meet again on Friday. The only challenge with parts of that question is the deployment part, where the member was specific on the numbers that we need to give up the numbers of the deployments and what they will be doing, to indicate that for security reasons, Chairperson, and for the purposes of the platform that we are using, I don't think that will be beneficial for the department to divulge on the issues of the numbers that we are deploying, because that will then mean there will be a counter. We all know that part of the people that might be listening to this process will be those that are not listening for the good intents, but they might use that as to enhance their planning on how to mitigate the deployments that we will be doing. The CompStat, I think I already spoke about the issue of the statistics that is meant for to determine the resources distribution, as well as where are our hotspots, so that when we engage, or when we send out our troops to be on the field, we specifically know where to go and what type of offenses are prevalent in those areas. On the question of Honorable Gombe, and they did highlight it. And I must say here, Chairperson, that I think the member also made reference to the time that we need to have the plans 3 months prior. We'll recall that each year we adopt the festive season plan that we start from October up until mid-January. This year as well, we did launch the Operation Festive Season. It was done in the Western Cape in October, the 7th of October, if I'm not mistaken, but the operations were already underway. So each and every year during this time, we develop the festive season operational plan that takes the whole October, November, December, as well as half of January, until such time that everybody goes back into work, their workplace. Again, on this question, Chairperson, I think we will also elaborate on it when we engage on the committee request of the upcoming meeting. And colleagues, if there is anything that is outstanding, General Kwena, if there is anything that is outstanding, Chairperson, if I can be assisted by the control to mute the member that might have touched the wrong button, that will be appreciated, because it is disturbing the flow of the meeting. But my colleague, General Kwena, if you can mute, sir. On the issues that were raised by Honorable Kharike, on the public transport, General Patekile will take this one and the issue of the manpower, but also to highlight, Chairperson, that we had several engagements with some of the bus services where our stance was very clear that we will do what police needs to do and what is the policing responsibility in so far as the issues that they were requesting were taken to court. There were a number of sanctions. General Kamani is on the call that can also assist in elaborating on those sanctions that we have received. But we responded and we did indicate it to those companies that took us
recording stopped
on what is the policing responsibility in that right, and what is it that we will do as the police, and
recording
what we
in
cannot
progress
do in that regard. Issues of the municipalities that they must put measures of security highlights have been made by a number of members, honorable members, in respect of what amongst others it's the adoption of the crime prevention orders in Gauteng, that we are still working on the modalities and finding the correct ways of the implementation thereof. And we have seen as well in Western Cape, where we have the law enforcement agencies. And also to emphasize, Chairperson, in my opening statement, I did indicated that we are working as a cluster. I think it might not be at the levels that as well within the cluster itself we want to see this collaboration, but we do the planning together as a cluster. We meet every month as the DG's clusters as well as the NAT joints. I indicated that we are having a meeting that is sitting now, and it is chaired by one of the co-chairpersons of the NAT where we'll be looking at all our plans. What is it that will improve with getting into the festive season? By the NAT joints, we have the replica of the same structure in the provinces, where we have the prof joints that are chaired by the PCs. In their absence, the deputy provincial commissioners responsible for policing, which also include other operational deputy provincial commissioners and crime intelligence. And we have adopted a 5-pillar approach in dealing with that, where other departments are also having the responsibility to to play in that regard. And on the illegal mining strategy, when I'm on that one of involving others, I think it came from Honorable Whitfield as well on the issues of getting partnerships and working with others. It's the fact that on the 5 or 4 pillars that we adopted on the illegal mining strategy, the first work stream, it's exactly on I think Honorable Marekwa as well. It's exactly on the responsibilities that must be undertaken by DMRE, DFFE, as well as the Human Settlement Department. So they are the lead department in terms of the pillar 1 of the illegal mining strategy. But they are not only limited to the illegal mining strategy, they are also, we also adopt the departments as we go along with our plans to make sure that the responsibility that must be undertaken by any of these departments in our plan, they do so. There is another question of Honorable Kharuko on the issues of gangs and how we are doing deployment. General Particular will also take this one. Honorable Majosi, amongst other things that I've already touched on some, it's the issue of Jabulani Police Station that I'll request the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, General Okaemolao Mawela, to take a bite on that one and explain the measures that we are putting in place in that space, as well as General Northern Cape, General Otola. My apology, highlighted on the issues that on the current deployments and operations chairperson, it's the responsibility of Home Affairs. Home Affairs Department is also part of us in the cluster, and on operations where they will require us to get into the hotspots areas where we are experiencing the undocumented. We were corrected that if we were saying undocumented, we may also be referring to the domestic or our own society that has not yet received their documents, the illegal persons in the country that do not have the correct documents to be in the country. We work hand in glove. And again, as a cluster, we have adopted that we use the legal instruments correctly, where the department will, with the CARA funding that was given also to all the departments in recent days, that we will make sure that we have enough resources where necessary, that when these people are arrested, if they are illegal in the country and where the law is possible to avoid keeping them in the country and using more of the taxpayers' money. Honorable Majosi also highlighted on the issues of Operation Shanela and the fact that it is not in the hostels. I think, again, General Mawela, on behalf of other colleagues that are having hostels in their areas, will talk to this issue, Honorable Chair, and indicate the number of operations that we have also undertaken in the hostel space. But I think more on Honorable Majosi's issue was a positive comments that were given in as far as the Operation Shanela is concerned and other members, and we really appreciate the feedback that we are receiving, and we will maximize ourselves and improve where necessary. Honorable Terry Blanche, on the issues of the trust, I think that one I will not talk to each chairperson, because this the doctor also highlighted what yardstick are they using in the determination of the levels of trust, but that will continue to maximize ourselves, including the community engagement. Hence, we have also intensified on the community policing. Recently, there is a new committee that has been adopted, and workshops are ongoing. It's not new members into the game, but it is necessary that we also intensify and between ourselves and them as partners, we collaborate better in ensuring that we improve community trust, including what we have adopted in recent days of loud hailing or having an ad hoc street imbizos, to make sure that we don't only wait until we have a formal imbizos to deal with the issues. The crime detection issues and intelligence, Lieutenant General Sintumule is on the call as well, will assist in coming with the response to Honorable Terbanj on the questions that were leveled, on reiterate the fact that the crime intelligence is being identified as well as a priority for the department, and the capacitation thereof, which we shared with the committee, it's underway and will continue to maximize, as well as within the detective service. There are plans in place. There are strategies that has been adopted by that space, but the acting Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection and the Divisional Commissioner in that space will take the committee briefly on what are the strategies. We have the acting Deputy National Commissioner Support Services, as well as the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, on the issues of the police stations that are dilapidated, including the barracks, as to what are we doing with the facilities that are there. On the investigation of the SANDF members, as well as our own members on the issues of their involvement in crime and torture. Chairperson, I must reiterate the fact that there is no person that is above the law in our case. We investigate any crime if it is reported, and there has been a number of our own, apart from what IPET it's investigating on their mandate. But we have also seen within our own ranks, including that we have also implemented the detective strategy to implement the anti-corruption unit within the detective service to look at the issues of corruption. But with any other crime, we do investigate any person that will be found to be a transgression on any offense, and they are taken to court. The law is very clear on the people that will be found to be in transgression of any offense, that they will be investigated and taken to court. We have a number of our own that are court going. If the reports are there, if we receive them, we investigate. If we have to refer cases, we refer cases to the relevant authority to continue with their investigation. Honorable Telbranch also highlighted the issue of us not working in collaboration, and there is a lot of silo approach. I must say, as I've indicated, with what we have adopted with prof joints, with the NAT joints, and adopting to work with private security companies and other community formations, we do at all costs, anytime, adopt the integrated approach. NAT joints and priority committees is one example of how we are working in collaboration with other departments. We, however, take the advice and comments that were made on some of the previous working strategies, as it was also highlighted by Dr. Jean on some of the strategies that were adopted in Gauteng that we're working. We are doing this from time to time. The DPCI is also on call, and Chairperson, I must say, majority of the incidents and where we are having a better collaboration, we are seeing results. So we are working with other departments at all times. And if that is not enough, we engage the relevant director generals, and we get the people that we want. We are recently also participating on, and we have staged a mini police station, if I may say, we call it a Majok, at ESCOM. And we are working with ESCOM and all other departments. They do have their desks in there. to make sure that all of us, we are working. At the 10,111 Center on the call takers, you'll see there are different departments that are also sitting there. So this shows the collaboration that we are having in adopting the integrated approach in dealing with crime, including the recent strategies. I think we have also presented the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. That is a whole of government and whole of society kind of a strategy that the cabinet has adopted, and we have taken a cue from those strategies to develop our own national policing strategy, as well as Operation Chanela was developed or derived from it's the operational arm of what to operationalize what is lying on that strategy. Honorable Marekwa, I think I have addressed the issues of the mining, but General Mawela can reiterate, as well as the a few colleagues that are on the mining provinces. We have 6+1 chairperson. I'm saying 6+1 because only on recent days we have adopted KZN on the list of 6, what we call a mining provinces, and there are good strategies that colleagues are sharing with our illegal mining operations and monitoring desks that we are having, where they will share what they are doing, and others are following suit. But we are having a standardized approach to deal with illegal mining. I think one example of the success story on illegal mining is what we have achieved in the Free State, and the PC of Mpumalanga did highlighted our recent breakthroughs that we have made. As we speak, since this morning, there is an operation that is ongoing in Gauteng, and we are having this strategy running for the coming 6 months. There are no go areas in Western Cape. General particular will take this as well. And on the issues that were highlighted by Honorable Golding, on the issues of the municipal police, the acting divisional commissioner of policing and operations can highlight on the strategies that we are having with the national municipal police. But this is the area that we are working with, and their plans as well must be clear that their plans are approved as well by the national commissioner, and in the provinces by the provincial commissioner. So we are working hand in glove with them, and will continue to do so, chairperson, including the crime prevention divisions that are sitting within the Metro Police departments. They too derive their plans from the policing plan, and they respond accordingly. Thank you, Chairperson.
General Patekile, quickly.
Thank you to honorable members. I will start with the Go George Bus issue allegations. Chair, our main focus on as a policy is to prevent, combat, and investigate crime. That's our first priority. And also ensuring that internal stability is maintained, public order. Now, as we said when I was speaking about the violence, the transport taxi violence that started in August, which has put us off the pattern, resulting into many murders and many other conduct crimes in an increase. So when the Go George bus was introduced in Tembalé to last year already, there was a violence. Buses were banned and people were attacked, and I think there were some murders as well. So this time we learned from the past that from the first initiative, we will police it until we see that there's normality in that area. It's not only the buses, it's only Tembalé is a hotspot area for our murders and all other conduct crimes. But I also would like to request the Honorable Virgil Gericke that when an invite is extended to him, must please honor that invite so that the uncertainties are cleared in that space. We are not security guards, but we're doing policing in that space. And we're not protecting the private businesses, but we are ensure that there's order and we stem the authority of the state in that area. So I'm hoping that that is the aim, not to protect the buses, but because it results into crimes that we as the police are responsible to prevent and combat. So we are in that space for that reason. As soon as we see the anomaly, then we're moving out there and we ensure that the smooth running of the buses is happening and no crime is committed in that space. Secondly, what we are doing differently, as the acting national committee has indicated on the part of the festive season, we will wait for that until on Saturday, on Friday, when we have to give the account on the first SAPS season operations. The no-go areas in the Western Cape, which I don't know, I could just be reminded what are those no-go areas that are said to be no-go areas. But what I know was the fact that a tourist was misdirected by the Google Maps into Nyanga, where subsequent to that he was robbed and attacked and ended up in hospital. And what we've seen in the media was that Google has now changed the directions from going to Nyanga straight to Cape Town, if that is what I am understanding. Thank you, Chair. I hope I answered the question that were directed me.
Thank you. Quickly, General Mawela.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, thank you very much for the opportunity. Two issues which the Acting National Commissioner said I must add on. Firstly, this one of the illegal mining. An honorable member referred to the Reveille, the Krugersdorp, and the Rudeport area. Yes, our plans are integrated and multidisciplinary in nature, as the Acting National Commissioner have said, and the 5-pillar approach, whereby each and every role player is integrated into each and every pillar there. So we don't leave anyone out, and each and every help we get from anybody or any agency, we accept it, so long it is within the ambit of the law. And moving to the issue of raiding of the hostels, we have been doing these things through what we call it the cordon and search operations. We've been doing it in Gauteng, and we are closely working with the leaders in that particular space, whom are commonly known as Indonas. We have been doing these raidings, and we will continue to do that. What we agree on is that we know that there is a high levels of murders closer to the hostels, in particular the GP1. But we continue to conduct those operations in that particular space. Going to the last one, which is the Jabulani matter. Yes, we accept that there was an incident which was embarrassing, which happened within the close radius of the police station. But what we are happy about is that our response was also equal to the task, in that those crooks, they were all rounded up and arrested and the firearms recovered. The efficiency of the police station, it remains in our radar, and we are working on it to ensure that the police station operate like any other police station in the province without compromising the safety of the communities they are serving. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The Provincial Commissioner of Northern Cape on illegal mining, quickly. Anything to add?
Thank you, Chairperson. It was the issue of Coxstar. We haven't utilized Coxstar yet with our operation, but I'll take that advice. We'll approach Coxstar, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, General Sintumule. General Sintumule.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Deputy Minister, the honorable members, the acting NATCOM, and to all the members and colleagues on the platform. Chairperson, as the crime detection environment, we have a crime detection framework that informs our intelligence-led investigation, and that actually guides us in terms of how do we utilize all our resources, from forensic to detectives as well as crime intelligence, to be able to make sure that we are on par in relation to our preparation for court. That strategy also specifies our hotspot areas, which we then work with the tracking teams, where we have our most wanted, particularly on our SVC environment, together with our FCS. And that is basically what we are utilizing. The provinces get support from us at national in terms of forensic and crime intelligence. And we also assist in terms of interventions where there are issues of performance in highlighted, either it could be a district or a specific station. I'm not sure if Honorable Chair, that answers Honorable Groenewald. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Sintumule. We'll make follow-ups. Other questions that are not fully answered, we'll send them if they are there so that you answer them fully. Acting National Commissioner, answer them fully in writing. Honorable members, we're still going to engage with provincial commissioners on Friday as part of our oversight. We have changed that meeting. It was supposed to be a physical meeting, but after engagement with the DM and the acting national commissioner, we've changed it to a visual meeting, which means even those members who are not going to be part of the oversight will now have an opportunity to participate in the meeting. And amongst items we requested them to brief the committee is the issue dealing with the readiness for the festive season. Therefore, those questions from Honorable CIB on livestock and Honorable Whitfield on their preparedness, let's allow them to bring a fully
recording stopped. Recording in progress.
A detailed presentation on what they are going to do, because it's a virtual meeting. Even members who are not going to oversight will have an opportunity to look at that. And during this presentation, we've learned a lot, and I would encourage provinces to talk to each other and learn from each other as we deal with the issue of crime. I think there must be a discussion, acting commissioner, with the IPIT. KZN has raised issues that we're unable to do certain things because we're afraid IPIT will be on our back. Let's have a discussion and understand what is it. Feedback about gangs working with top management is a long-standing question. Can we respond to that in writing, acting commissioner? Operations in George, can we follow up on that one? We are happy that you started doing something. And in Gauteng, I got inquiries about Deep Slot crime there and Jabulani. Of course, Jabulani, we tried to address it, but let's continue addressing them. We'll try by all means to have regular interactions with provincial commissioners so that we understand better what's happening in those provinces. If there are questions that are not answered, our administrators will assist us. We'll send them to you to answer them in writing. But on Friday, let's come ready and start with these questions that are concerned about the festive season, the tourists that are coming, and the stock theft that is targeted during this festive season. Having said that, honorable members, the DM said he's not having a good connection. I'm going to give you again, Acting National Commissioner, so that we get into the addendum.
Thank you once more, Chairperson. Maybe without any further ado, to request my colleagues to take the platform and address the committee and flight the presentation as your request. But only just to indicate, Chairperson, that this is the addition that the committee directed the department to look into, especially after the signing of the okay, thank you. Chairperson, if I'm still audible, okay. Brigadier Michelle is going to take the platform and the presentation on the next point of the agenda. Brigadier Michelle.
Thank you, Acting National Commissioner. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and members. Honourable Chairperson, with your permission, I'm going to load the presentation so that I can quickly take members through the presentation that has been compiled on the addendum to the annual performance plan. Honourable Chairperson, what we will do is just give a very brief background, contextualize the additions to the annual performance plan within the situational analysis that we have updated, and then show the Honourable Chairperson and members the indicators that we've introduced into Program 2, Visible Policing, as well as Program 3, Detective Services, and end the presentation with a brief summary of where we stand in terms of the number of indicators that have been included in the various annual performance plans. Honourable Chairperson, during May of 2023, the DPME facilitated the inclusion of specific interventions and performance indicators in the Minister's performance agreements following engagements between the President and the various ministers. And the DPME indicated that following these engagements, two specific areas needed to be addressed by our Minister of Police: the reduction of extortion and violent crime in the construction sector and the reduction of infrastructure-related crimes. So these were subsequently included in our Minister's performance agreement. And just to emphasize from the SAPS's point of view, that we had included these specific outputs and performance indicators in our National Policing Strategy annual operational plan. So we had these two environments, these two issues, extortion and violence in the construction sector and the reduction of infrastructure-related crimes, had already been embedded into our National Policing Strategy annual operational plan for 23-24. However, during September, the 22nd of September, the DPME contacted all departments and indicated that their annual performance plans must be aligned with the performance agreements of the relevant executive authorities. And this letter also pointed out to the SAPS in particular that there were specific areas of misalignment between the Minister's performance agreement and the 23-24 annual performance plan that we tabled in Parliament on the 20th of March this year. They then specified that these areas of misalignment needed to be corrected through the introduction of an addendum to the annual performance plan, which the SAPS subsequently did. And an addendum was tabled on the 2nd of November 2023. Within the context of the National Policing Strategy, the threat assessment that informed the national policing strategy did include extortion and violence within the construction sector, as well as crimes that are associated with critical infrastructure, acknowledging the impact that these two issues have on the macro economy of the country, on regions within the country, as well as on the livelihoods of individuals within the country. We also noted that there were amendments that had been made to specific pieces of legislation which impacted on infrastructure-related crimes, specifically the Criminal Matters Amendment Act 18 of 2015, which was introduced to amend the Criminal Procedure Act, as well as the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, and then the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, which the honorable members will be familiar with. As a result of that, we included specific indicators in the annual performance plan. And maybe just to point out at this point that we are guided by the revised framework on strategic plans and annual performance plans. This provides us with the framework that the addendum has to comply with. And as a result of that, we took the outputs, the interventions that were included in the Minister's Performance Agreement. We included them as outputs in the addendum, but linking them to a relevant outcome. So in respect of the first output, which is the prevention of contact crime, we included the indicator that talks to the number of quarterly reports on the implementation of the increased crime prevention and combating action plan, which has been embedded in the national policing strategy. So this requirement was reflected in the Minister's Performance Agreement, necessitating that we include it as a performance indicator in our addendum to the annual performance plan. And we have for each of these indicators included medium-term targets focusing on 23-24, where in respect of this particular performance indicator, 2 reports will be generated, given the fact that the addendum was tabled on the 2nd of November. And then we have targets for the 2 outer years, 24-25 and 25-26. We were also required to respond to the data-driven approach to the targeting of crime hotspots, that intervention that had been included in the Minister's Performance Agreement. We subsequently reintroduced the indicator that talks to the percentage reduction in the number of reported contact crimes at the top 30 high contact crime stations. And perhaps just to provide a bit more information in terms of the format that we are required to work with, the previous indicator which I dealt with is a new performance indicator. We have not dealt with this performance indicator previously. So for the preceding years, 19-20, 20-21, and 21-22, as well as 22-23, we would indicate this as being a new performance indicator. However, in terms of the percentage reduction in the number of reported contact crimes, we have audited actual performance in respect of this particular indicator as it was in the 22-23 annual performance plan. We, however, elected to de-escalate it to the national policing strategy. So our targets were informed, the medium-term targets were informed by the actual performance that was reflected in the annual report for the reported contact crimes at the top 30 high contact crime stations, requiring a 10.30% reduction over the medium term. Staying within program 2, we
Brigadier Michel,
yes,
increase speed, please.
I'll do that.
We're running against time. Yeah.
I'll do that, Chairperson. We have 3 indicators here that talk specifically to the activities of the Economic Infrastructure Task Teams. The first indicator talks to a quarterly report that we will provide as per the requirement in the Minister's Performance Agreement. And then we have the number of cases of extortion and robbery at specified construction sites that are dealt with by the EITTs. The numbers here look relatively low, but just to point out that there are 3 environments that actually deal with extortion and robbery, including the EITTs, including the organized crime investigation capacity within Detective Service and the DPCI. We also have the number of arrests for extortion and robbery at specified construction sites, and there the numbers indicated this would be specifically for cases investigated by the EITTs. Moving on to the output that talks to the protection of critical and essential economic infrastructure, the number of cases of economic infrastructure related crimes that are dealt with by the EITTs, and you can see significant numbers targeted over the medium term. In terms of the technical indicator descriptions underlying these indicators, we are targeting a 10% increase in the number of arrests and a 10% decrease in the number of reported cases for both extortion as well as economic infrastructure related crimes, which is reflected in the last indicator, where we are targeting 4,883 in 23-24. Moving on to program 3, where we have contact crime effectively investigated. We elected to include this indicator because we had included the number of reported contact crimes at the top 30 high contact crime stations. So this is the counter indicator within program 3 that relates to that indicator in program 2. We then have the addressing of extortion and violent crime in the construction sector and the protection of critical and economic infrastructure, specifically by the organized crime investigation capability within the detective service. And here we are targeting increases in the arrests within these two categories. Just to point out that while an indicator for the DPCI is not specified, the DPCI does already have a performance indicator in the 23-24 annual performance plan as they deal with more serious cases. So their serious organized crime project investigations would deal with that. Ending the presentation off with just a brief indication of the increase. 10 indicators have been added through the introduction of the addendum to the 84 that we have in the 23-24 annual performance plan, bringing us to 94 indicators. Chairperson, that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Acting National Commissioner. Honorable members, is there one who wants to make a serious comment? Matter of life and death? No.
The only matter of life and death is that we are thankful that the team seems to have been well prepared, and we'll appreciate it more again in the future. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Honorable Masuku. I think we are fine with your report with the addendum. Acting National Commissioner will take the process forward. Thanks very much. Honorable members, I'm going to please allow me to skip the minutes for now. I know we have adopted the agenda, but allow me to skip the minutes and we go to the legacy and annual report. I'm trying to manage time. If we have time, we'll come back to the minutes. Nicolette, can we flight the legacy report? This report was delivered to members well in advance. If there are issues you want us to remove or include, please indicate so. Honorable Whitfield, in our earlier discussion, has already indicated that certain things will have to include in our legacy report and refer them to the 7th Parliament. Any comment, any input? During orientation workshops to committee members of the 7th Parliament, a 5-year crime statistics trend analysis should be presented. This is a new thing that Honorable Whitfield added into the report. Are there further additions, honorable members, to the report?
Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Chair, I would like to find out if it is possible for us to include this bill into our legacy report that it was adopted today, and it's and in the process that you were going through, I don't know if it is impossible to include also the the approval, the adoption of the bill and the B list as well.
Now the bill is included in the report, as you can see on the screen.
All right, and the adoption of the same bill?
Yes, it's included.
In the report?
Yes, you can see on the screen.
Okay, I can't see where I am. I'm in the street. I can't see properly. Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Any further suggestion? Having said that, can we say, honorable members, if there are other issues that you might identify after this meeting, please raise them with the chairperson's office, so that when we have a final adoption of the report, possibly early next year, we've included such issues. Nicolette, can you advise on the way forward?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable members, I think that is the perfect way to continue. Chair, we just had to consider the draft report for now to enable us to adopt the final report in the first term of next year.
Okay, let's go and read it further. And if there's something that you realize it skipped your mind today and you realize that you need to edit, please send it to the chairperson's office and they will be able to edit, so that when you adopt it early next year, it covers all what you want to be part of the report. The annual report. There's the annual report. Overview of the chairperson, membership of the committee, mandate, policing policy plans, legislation. Honorable Gomba, legislation is there, IPT is there again in our annual report. Let's go to page 3. Petitions, challenges, outstanding matters. Let's continue. Bills referred to the committee. Oversight topics. Budget votes. Conference, workshops, seminars. Meetings held by the committee. Cancelled meetings, public hearings. Consideration of annual reports. Applications. Thank you. Any comment from honorable members?
Chair?
Honorable Masuku?
I don't know if I missed it. I haven't seen anywhere where the comment about me joining in October.
Let's go back to membership. Let's see. Honorable Masuku, Party, African National Congress. Do you see it, Honorable Masuku?
Yes, I'm saying it. I see it, but it's a report for a committee for the period. and I was saying that should we not be indicated somewhere the changes that have happened?
Yeah, there's an addition.
A member that has left and a member that has joined.
Yeah, if we can, Nicolette, if we can start from 2019, when the committee started, who were the members and the changes that happened, the unfortunate situation that we had with our chairperson, and who joined when, and so on and so on. Let's yeah.
Yes,
Nicolette?
Jay, we will include that also in the legacy report.
All right, also in the legacy report, yes. But let's improve on this one. Can you advise on the way forward, Nicolette, on this report?
Jay, we just need to adopt the report, move and seconder.
And then we'll make sure that those amendments are effected. Né? Can I get a mover for the adoption of the report with the suggested amendments?
Chair, I move for the adoption of the report.
Honorable Gomba is moving. Can I get a second? Can I get a second? Honorable Mulekwa seconding. Is there any other view? Honorable Groenewald, no view. Honorable Terplanch.
Chairperson, no, I'm fine.
You're fine, okay. Honorable Gerike, are you still here? Are you fine?
Yeah, Chairperson, these guys are cleaning the floors here, so it's noisy. But I'm fine with the report. I just want to say it is impressive, very professional, and very attractive and inviting and understandable to also the ordinary person. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. The report is adopted. We still have 30 minutes. We can deal with the minutes. Let's have the first set of the minutes. Minutes of the 17th November. Adoption of the agenda. Apologies and attendance. Opening and welcome. Opening remarks by the chairperson. Opening remarks by the minister. SAPS. Committee deliberations. Committee resolutions. The committee took the following resolutions. The committee will schedule another meeting to further deliberate on the crime statistics. That's what we just did. When the committee is holding further discussion on crime stats, it would like to hear what is done by the provincial commissioners. That's what they did to make sure that crime is reduced within their specific provinces. There must be interventions from the department to assist those stations that are recorded in the report, especially in the provinces that are rated in the top 5 contributing. Closing remarks by the chairperson. Are there amendments to the minutes?
Chair, can I ask the secretary to correct everywhere where they always, where they see Masuka, it might be Masuku. with KU at the end.
Honorable Masuku, can we correct that?
Noted, Chair.
Yes, let it be corrected. Any other amendment? Going, gone. Can I have a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
Yeah, I so move, Chair.
Honorable Kharike moving, Honorable Masuku seconding. Right. Any opposing view? Nothing. Can we have the second set? Minutes of the 22nd of November. There's the agenda. Adoption, apologies. Opening and welcome. Opening remarks by the chairperson. Opening remarks by the Deputy Minister of Police. Minutes, a list of IPIT. Five, presentation by Parliamentary Legal Advisor, consideration of the department
Recording
responses.
stopped.
6.1 and 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, committee deliberations, committee resolutions. The committee
Recording
took the
in
following.
progress.
Majority of committee members were in support of all the clauses of the IPIT amendment bill. The DA reserved their rights on the entirety of the bill and objected to clause 4 and clause 16, as both clauses remain a concern. A member of the EFF has submitted his objections on the separation of powers and independence of IPIT. Closing remarks by the chairperson. Meeting agenda. Are there amendments to the minutes?
Chairperson.
Honorable Majosi.
Yes, I'm just wondering, is the chairperson mainly saying that for just so that it's noted, or is it the only parties that were noted? Because I remember raising my concerns as well. And I even said that I am not observing any rights, but I will get the mandate from the caucus. I remember stating that, yes.
I also remember that. Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Can we capture that in the minutes as an amendment? That, can we capture that? Not reserving their rights, but still to consult with the caucus. Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Having said that, can I get a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Gomba moves for the adoption of the minutes with the amendments.
Honorable Gomba moves for the adoption of the minutes with amendments. Any seconder?
A second, Chair.
Honorable Masuku seconding. I see even in this minute is still Honorable Masuka. Please correct it also in this minutes. Thanks very much. Any opposing view? None. Minutes taken as adopted.
Chair?
Yes, Honorable Kharike.
There is no opposing view. Just gladly want to say the minutes is indeed a true reflection of the last meeting, since the position of the EFF is highlighted in this minutes. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gerike. Thank you. We're working as a team. Are there matters arising from these two sets of minutes? I think issues that were resolved in terms of these two sets of minutes are the issues that we dealt with in today's agenda. But if a member has something that you think you want to raise as a matter arising from the minutes, if there's nothing, then I'm fine. I'm moving on. I'm passing that that item. I think we are, honorable members, we are now almost at the end of our meeting. I just want to be reminded about, we have an oversight that is planned from the 1st to the 4th. There are members who will be going. Other members have apologized. As part of that oversight on the 1st, we're expected to have an engagement with the provincial commissioners, of course, led by the national commissioner and the deputy minister and the minister. Initially, we were going to have that meeting physically, but after discussions with the deputy minister and the acting national commissioner, they raised concern about the timing, which is a Friday and a month end. And that's where provincial commissioners will be needed in their provinces. We then agreed that instead of having a physical meeting, we'll have a virtual meeting. Now, because we're going to have a virtual meeting, it means all members, even those who were not going to be part of the oversight visit, can participate in that meeting. So all details will be sent to members. The arrangement is still the same. The meeting will start at 2 in the afternoon to allow members to travel to Gauteng. The following day, members will fly to Polokwane. From Polokwane, drive to Moyeshe to do oversight. Sleep over in Giyani. On Sunday, do an oversight at Khapani Police Station, and then proceed to do oversight at Mangweng Police Station, sleep over in Polokwane, and then fly back on Monday from Polokwane to Gauteng, from Gauteng to various different destinations. So the only change there is that that meeting, which was supposed to be physical, it is now virtual, which allows even members who are not part of the oversight to participate in the meeting. And it is in that meeting where we requested that provincial commissioners, led by the national commissioner and the ministry, give us their plans for the festive season. That's one of the items that we requested, and tell us how do they work with the policing forums. Yeah, those are, I think there are 3 or 4 issues. Those 2 are part of the 3 or 4. Anything on the oversight, honorable members?
Yes, Chair. I just want to get some clarity there. Are we still going according to, maybe that one is Babalo's question, you know? And I want to find out, are we still expected to be at the venue which we are supposed to have a meeting with, the physical meeting, even though it's no longer there, for overnight, so that tomorrow we can fly all of us to the same venue, destination?
Yeah, talk to Babalo offline.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, honorable members. I think anything, Nicolette Babalo?
I am covered. Thank you very much, Chair.
Babalo?
Chair, I'm covered as well.
Nobesutu?
Sutu and Mr. Lobby, they are still busy with the arrangements for the oversight visit, so they excused themselves there.
Okay. Thanks very much, honorable members. I think we've come to the end of our meeting. I want to thank you very much. Today it was a very busy day, but we managed to exhaust the agenda items as planned. In terms of our planning, our schedule, this is our last meeting of the year. Unless if there are issues that may arise after this meeting, please bear with us. We may then have to convene a special meeting. But if there is nothing urgent that comes up after this meeting, officially this will be our last meeting of the committee of the year. And I know that some of you will meet over the weekend as we do our oversight, but some of you, because of other engagements, you won't be able to be part of the oversight. Having said that, I want to wish you all the best as you move towards the end of the year. If we don't see each other again, I want to say enjoy your festive season. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We want to thank the Deputy Minister on behalf of the Ministry for the cooperation we got. We want to thank the National Commissioner, Acting National Commissioner will convey our message, and the management of SAPS, the Executive Director of IPIT, and your staff, the Acting Secretary, and your staff, and the Chairperson and CEO of SIRA. I think we have worked together for the whole year, and we've been assisting each other. Let's continue like that. But let me wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, in case I don't see you for the remainder of the year. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
And the same to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.